Why does Sam Pack send his team to NADA?
You ever wonder how to take your dealership from what the heck are we doing to wow, we got this?
What are we going to do about this used car shortage?
Can we keep a copy of their driver's license?
Hey boss, this client has a 550 credit score. Is it even worth my time?
All of those questions and more will be answered at NADA. The National Automobile Dealer Association show, where you learn A to Z of the car world. Remember 1917 when cars were considered a luxury? Nope, neither do we. Thanks to NADA, cars became a mass consumer good, saving our granddaddies big bucks.
NADA is more than just a legacy. It's a visionary leader for the automotive industry. With their guidance, dealerships stay ahead of the finance trends and champion fair practices against restrictive regulations.
At NADA, your finance director will learn valuable techniques on safeguarding your customers' information and how to protect your dealership against fraudulent activity.
I also learned about fair lending practices, identity theft, red flags, and OFAC requirements.
NADA teaches us on how to hire, train, and retain quality technicians.
And proper scheduling is crucial to keep those technicians busy and productive. At NADA, we learn about and buy the latest equipment and technology to make it happen.
At NADA, your used car manager will learn the latest techniques on acquiring used car inventory, pricing and advertising to the market so that you can survive any disruptions to the new car supply chain.
Thanks to the NADA training, I can better navigate the used car marketplace.
Become a used car value guru with NADA's invaluable resources. And did we mention the celebs? From Ronald Reagan to George Bush, they've all made pit stops at NADA.
So why go to the NADA show? Because you can turn oh no into pro. With NADA, we've turned 5-star Ford into 6-star Ford.
Sean, that's not a thing.
With NADA, anything is possible.
Don't miss the auto industry event of the year, NADA Show 2024, Driving the Future.
This morning's entertainment is not just a band, but an experience. This high-energy duo has been lighting up venues in the capital of the entertainment world, Las Vegas, with parents who were both successful 70s recording artists. These two were destined to light up stages across the globe. Please welcome Status the Band.
It might sound crazy what I'm about to say. Yeah, sometimes she sees, can't take a fade. She got every loon that can go to space. And yeah, like I can, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy now, if you feel I'm moving out of the roof. Because I'm happy now, if you feel happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy now, if you feel like I see you. Because I'm happy now, if you feel that's what you wanna do. I come back new, talking this and that. Yeah, I give me all you got, but don't hold it back. Yeah, she asked finally, boy, I'll be just fine. Yeah, but no offense to you, don't waste time. Here's why. Because I'm happy now to know if you feel I'm moving out of the roof. Because I'm happy now to know if you feel happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy now to know if you feel like happiness is you. Because I'm happy now to know if you feel that's what you wanna do. Bring me down, I can't love. Bring me down, love it too. Bring me down, I can't love. Bring me down, can we talk about it? Bring me down, can't love. Bring me down, you love it too. Bring me down, I can't love. Bring me down, because I'm happy. I don't know if you feel I'm moving out of the roof. Because I'm happy. I don't know if you feel happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. I don't know if you feel like happiness is you. Because I'm happy. I don't guess I should've known, but I'm waiting for you to come sideways that you wouldn't ask. See, you the kind of person that believe in may not once, love him and leave him fast. I guess I must be dumb, 'cause you got a pocket full of horses, shorter than the sum of them views. But it was Saturday night, I guess that makes it alright. I said, what have I got to lose? Yeah, little red Corvette, baby, you're much too fast. Little red Corvette, you need a love that's gonna last. Guess I should've closed when I close my eye at the places where your hearts run free. Take the little ear when I saw all those pictures of the jockeys that were there before me. Believe it or not, I started to worry. I wonder if I had enough class. But it was Saturday night, I guess that makes it alright. I said, baby, I got enough, yeah. Oh, little red Corvette, baby, you're much too fast. Little red Corvette,
you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Yeah. Tonight, let's live it up. I got my money, let's spend it up. Go out and smash it, like oh my God. Jump off the sofa, let's kick it off. I know that we'll have a ball if we're just getting down and just let it go. I feel stressed out and I wanna let it go. Got the late eye feeling, got me losing control. Fill up my cup, Mazel tov. Look at it dancing. Let's take it off. Let's paint the town. We'll shut it down. Burn up the roof, and then we'll do it again. Let's do it. 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 Let's do it and do it and do it. Do it. Do it and do it and do it.
I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Tonight, let's live it up. I got my money, let's spend it up. Go out and smash it, like oh my God. Jump off that sofa, let's kick it off. Fill up my cup, Mazel tov. Look at it dancing, move it, come on, take it off. Let's paint the town, we'll shut it down. Jump off the roof, and then we'll do it again. Let's do it, let's do it, do it, do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Do it and do it and do it, do it, do it and do it and do it. Here we go, here we go. We gotta rock, 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 rock. Easy come, easy go. Now we on top. Feel the shot, body rock, rock it, don't stop. Round and round, up and down, around the clock. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday, and Sunday. You know what we say. Party every day, party every day.
That tonight's gonna be a good night. 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 That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go.
you're going my way, I wanna drive it all night long. Life is a highway, I wanna ride it all night long. If you're going my way, I wanna drive it all night long. Life is a highway, I wanna ride it all night long. You're going my way, I wanna drive it all night long. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Celebrate good times, come on. Celebrate good times, come on. There's a party going on right here, a celebration to last throughout the years. So bring your good time and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and fun party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's go celebrate and have a good time. Celebration. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. It's time we come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on. Let me sing it. Let's go. Celebrate good time, come on. Celebrate good time, come on. Time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Said we gon' have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We gon' have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We come together. It's up to you. What's your pleasure? Everyone around the world, come on. Celebrate good time, come on. Celebrate good time, come on.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
I'm coming out of my cage and I'll be doing just fine. Gotta be down because I want it all. It started up with a kiss. How did it end up like this? It was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. Now I'm falling asleep. Now she's calling the cab. What's the second smoke? Now she's second a trap. Wanna go in the Just a small town girl, living in a lonely world. She took a midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. He took a midnight train going anywhere.
I know you know the words. Come on.
Singer in a smoky room, smell of wine and cheap perfume. For a smile that can share the night, it goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard, and shadows searching in the night. Streetlights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. To keep my bill, everybody wants a thrill, paying anything to roll the dice just one more time. Some will win, some will lose, some will only sing the blues. It's a movie that never ends, it goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard, and shadows searching in the night. Streetlights, people living just to find emotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Streetlights, people. Don't stop believing. Hold on. Streetlights, people. Don't stop believing. Hold on. Streetlights, people. Don't stop.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Let's hear it for Status the Band.
Please find your seats. Our program is about to begin. Welcome back to the NADA Show. Please welcome back your host, 2024 NADA Show Chairman, Bobby Sight.
Welcome to the final day of NADA Show 2024. What do you think? Have we had a good time? We hope you've seen some old friends and made some new ones, and that you take home some great tips to make your 2024 the best year ever. Today is your last chance to walk the expo floor. We have the best exhibitors in the industry here, so please take advantage of that. Over the past couple of days, we've had a lot of fun, and no one celebrates like NADA. Let's take a look back at our time in Vegas. Welcome to Las Vegas in the NADA Show 2024. Hey, can we get a car up here? Come on, everybody, follow us to the expo.
Are ready for an electric vehicle future. What is important is preserving affordable vehicle transportation so consumers can live where they want, work where they want, and take their families where they want. It's been an honor and privilege to serve our industry, and I truly appreciate you and your support. Thank you.
Our 2024 Time Dealer of the Year, Rita Case.
Thank you very much for this recognition. I am so proud to be an automobile dealer. We are the American dream.
I want to talk about how your passion and how your intent, which has served you so well in your careers, needs to be harnessed and channeled as never before on behalf of this entire industry. I'm counting on you to never give up on NADA.
Wow, that was great. Please be on the lookout for a survey in your inbox once you return home. This morning, we are honored to have with us a true football legend and Hall of Famer, Kurt Warner. But before we bring up Kurt, joining him today is Kevin Harlan. Kevin is in his 39th season broadcasting the NFL and the NBA on TNT, and is the voice of Monday Night Football on Westwood One Radio Network. Please welcome Kevin Harlan.
How about Bobby Sight, huh? Has he done a nice job this week? He's a young guy who represents your future. And Bobby, I've been impressed with everything I've heard about you since I've come into town. Watching that video was terrific. The National Football League is going to hold a little event called the Super Bowl here in Las Vegas next week. It's Super Bowl 58. So I thought maybe we'd begin in putting our special guest in kind of a frame and give you an idea of what he has gone through, what inspired him, and why he is what he is as both a player and a person, husband, father, friend, colleague, all those things. So we're in a city that loves gambling and loves odds, right? So let's take that theme for just a second. If you took every high school player in the country and asked how many would go on to play college football, it would be 1 in 14. Now think of that. All the high school teams in the country, 1 in 14 high school kids go on to play college football. Then if you took how many college kids go out and make the National Football League, get drafted and play in the NFL, of all the colleges, all the Division I, II, FCS, all of them, it's 1 in 5,000. And then you've got the curious case of Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy was drafted number 262, the final player taken in the draft. What are the odds that a kid would have a pretty good high school career, pretty good college career at Iowa State, get drafted, but get drafted at 262, the final player taken in the draft, and then be a starting quarterback in the National Football League? It would be 1 in 24 million. Now think of that. He was drafted 262, and the odds were against him. He's not only made it as a starting quarterback, but in his second year, taking the team to a Super Bowl and taking his team to 2 straight NFC Championship games. So with that in mind, what are the odds that a player from a small town in Iowa who would have a pretty good high school career, not great, would go to a college, a small school, Northern Iowa, wouldn't start until his senior year? He was a backup for 3 years and only started his senior year. Went undrafted, and it would be 4 years before he'd play in the National Football League. And a player who stuck with it, played minor league football in the Arena Football League in NFL Europe, made a team at the age of 27, became a starting quarterback in the NFL at 28. What are the odds that that guy, from that beginning, would go all the way to become a Super Bowl champion, MVP, Hall of Famer? Impossible, right? Absolutely impossible. And that's the kind of person you're going to hear talk in just a few minutes. But before that, let's take a look at what he's accomplished in his incredible career.
And Warner going deep. He has a wide open Hakeem. Second and 7 over the middle, Preston.
Someone's going to make a play and put their team in the Super Bowl.
Warner going deep. Warner has time. Fitzgerald into Steeler territory. 30, 20, 10. Arizona has the lead.
Warner back to throw. Rainbows the far sideline, and it is caught by Isaac Bruce. Touchdown Rams! St. Louis, the gateway to the West, is now the gateway to the best football team in the world.
You know, Bobby, I'm going to introduce Kurt at the Super Bowl on our broadcast next Sunday here in Vegas. But I think, why don't you have the chance now to interview and talk to and introduce our wonderful guest.
Thank you. I am very excited to introduce Hall of Famer Kurt Warner.
Hey, how's everybody doing? All right, how's it going? It's a Sunday morning after a Saturday night in Vegas, so we're going to get a gauge on what happened in Vegas last night, right? I know usually we have the pressure, but here's the thing. You guys are getting us ready for our big broadcast next week of the Super Bowl, so we need you guys to bring the energy and get us pumped up, get us ready to go for this week. All right, that's what I'm talking about. That's it. That's it. What? We got a Panther in the house. Any other Panthers in the house? Yeah, I didn't feel. All right, love it, love it. You from Iowa? Are you from Iowa? Oh yeah, whereabouts? What's that? All right, go Panthers.
Do you know a basketball player named Ari Faroukmanesh? Yeah, beat #1 Kansas in the tournament a couple. Remember that guy? He was about 5'7".
Yeah.
He had all those 3
I was
shots.
screaming at my house watching the game too. Yes, that was awesome.
And we were screaming as we were broadcasting it too. It was amazing. I mentioned you grew up in Iowa. What was your childhood like? What was the family like? What was it growing up? Was it Cedar Falls?
Cedar Rapids.
Cedar Rapids. High school in Cedar Rapids.
Went to college in Cedar Falls. Grew up in Cedar Rapids. I mean, simple. I think the best thing about Iowa is the people. Unbelievable people, work ethic, values, all of those things. But I grew up, my parents were divorced when I was young, grew up in a single parent home, one brother. We didn't have a whole lot, a simple life, but simple was good. And for me, it was from a very early age. I think we gravitate to the things that we're good at, or we gravitate to the things that we get adulation from. And so I played sports from a very early age, played every sport imaginable. If there was a ball, because again, simple life, if all you need is a ball, those are things that we could handle from a financial standpoint. But
what quarterback were you when you played in the backyard? Who were you trying to be like?
Well, it depended on who was in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Whoever was playing well at the time, I would gravitate to them. I mean, I remember, trying to, copy the throwing motions of guys, Dan Marino, Joe Montana, Roger Staubach. I was a Cowboys fan growing up because we didn't have a team in Iowa. We didn't have a pro sports team in Iowa. So you kind of, a lot of people would go to Kansas City or Green Bay or Minnesota, Chicago. But with the Cowboys being on every day, every Sunday, every afternoon, you kind of fall in love with the players, why they got the moniker America's team, and they became my team. So I was a Cowboys fan growing up. Now I hate the Cowboys. It's either love or hate with the Cowboys. I didn't play for them. So, all right, we got a couple hot Cowboy haters in the house. But yeah, my life was simple, and it was really surrounded by good friends, good people, and then sports, and had the dream from a very early age that I wanted to play professional sports. It didn't necessarily have to be football. My first love was actually basketball. So for a long time, I kind of wanted to go the NBA route, but couldn't jump, not very tall. Had to veer off in another direction. But that's what life was. It was a simple life with not a whole lot, but I was more than content. I was loved. I had good people around me, and that's what it was all about.
And not surprising, you go to Northern Iowa, but you did not start until your senior year. So though you sat on the bench, as good as you were, you sat on the bench for 3 years. Played a little bit, but didn't start.
Yeah.
So finally, your senior year, you get to start.
Yeah, I mean, that was tough. I mean, obviously, when you have a dream to play at the next level, and you've got this path that you've walked out in your mind of how this is going to play out. And in high school, as you had mentioned, solid career. Was an all-state player in high school, so you think there's going to be opportunities at the next level. And I ended up having just one scholarship offer. It was actually a partial scholarship. You don't see that at the big level, but smaller levels, they only get so many scholarships, so they would split it up. So I was offered a half scholarship to Northern Iowa. It was really the only opportunity that I had to play, so I jumped on it. And you still think, okay, smaller school, oh well, I'll go there, I'll play 4 years, and then I'll get drafted and ride off into the sunset with that Hall of Fame career. And as you mentioned, I found myself year after year on the bench. And you mentioned it there that I was a good player. You had no idea if I was any good or not, but I actually thought I was.
You told me you were good.
Yeah, I told you I was. But
good.
I actually thought I was pretty good in college. So I was in one of those situations where I felt like I was more talented than the guy in front of me. Now the guy in front of me was a year older, was very successful, but I felt like just from a talent standpoint that I was the most talented guy. And it's year after year I'm on the bench, and we'll have the big spring scrimmages or the moments that I get in and I play really well. And so I think, at what point are they going to realize I'm the better guy for the job? And it just didn't happen over and over again. So I had a friend of mine that was older than me and had a good relationship with the coaches. And so I asked him, do you mind just going up to the coaches and asking them, like, what am I missing? Why is Kurt not playing? So he goes up and, I'm sitting in the locker room all by myself, just waiting for him to come back down. Can't wait to hear what he has to say. And so he walks into the locker room, and I'll never forget the words that he told me. He goes, well, Kurt, they told me the reason that you're not playing is because you're not very good in practice. And I remember thinking, if you guys ever remembered, you know, the rant by Allen Iverson, you know, I'm going, practice? Like, are we talking about practice? Like practice, not games, not big moments, not under the lights, but practice. And, you know, I was like, this is just an excuse for not playing me. And, you know, I walked away from that just kind of, you know, disappointed and just thinking, well, you know, why? What is it that they don't like about me? And then I kind of got to thinking about life. And I got to thinking about sports. You know, in high school, we played 10 games in a season. In college, you maybe played 12 games. NFL was 16 when I played, now it's 17 games. And so you start to think about it and you go, wow, most of our life is actually lived in practice. It's not lived under the lights in the big moments at big conventions like this. It's lived in practice. And what they were telling me was, we don't know if we can trust you under the lights in the big moments, no matter how talented you are, because you don't show us every day who you are, what you're about, how you prepare for practice, the fact that you want to go out and compete every day. And it was probably the greatest lesson I ever learned in my life at a time when it was one of the most difficult times in my life, because it became something that I thought about moving forward was, man, it's about every day. It's about showing people who you are every single day of your lives. How many people here are married? Okay, a lot of hands go up. I've been married 26 years now. And I remember when I got married, my mindset was, get the big moments right, Kevin. Like, don't forget anniversaries, right? Have a good gift. Don't forget birthdays. You know, make sure the holidays are done right. And that was kind of my mindset going into marriage, is like, I'm gonna be good if I can remember those things. And for those that are married, and what I've realized over 26 years is those things are great. But my wife wants to know what kind of practice player I am. She wants to know how I'm gonna show up every day, how I'm gonna love her, how I'm gonna go about my job, how I'm gonna treat my kids, kind of parent I'm going to be, how present and respectful I'm gonna be every day. And I'm like, wow, it seems to apply in marriage. I've got 7 kids as well. All shapes and sizes, do a lot of different things. Same idea. When I had kids, I thought, okay, got to get the big moments right. You know, got to be there for the father-daughter dances. You know, when you have to give the big lecture or the talk, you got to be prepared and you got to do that well. And I've realized the exact same thing with my kids over the years.
Since you bring up your wife, Brenda, you met her in college, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah.
I met her, yes. I met her country dancing in college. That's a whole nother.
Where?
That's a whole nother. Where? Country dancing at a place called Wild E. Coyotes. Go figure. That's a whole nother story, a whole nother topic. But what I've come to realize with my kids as well is that's all they really want to know is, Dad, how are you going to love me every day? You know, how are you going to treat me in practice? You know, whether I do something great or you know, I don't do, you know, I mess up in some way. What are you going to be like in practice? And so it's amazing how through my journey I've learned so many things, and so many of the most important things I learned when I was in places that I didn't want to be. You know, when I'm sitting on the bench and I don't want to be there, probably taught me the most important lesson that would continue to kind of line up and help me chase this dream that would end up here.
So I mentioned you were undrafted. You were Conference Player of the Year, by the way. He just was incredible his senior year. You thought you might get drafted, but you weren't.
Right.
Disappointing, clearly.
Yeah, I think it's always disappointing. Yeah. You know, even though I understood, I think it's always important to be realistic. You know, so knowing that I sat on the bench for 4 years in college, but did have a really good senior year, I was hopeful that I would get drafted, you know, and it's amazing how warped our thinking is sometimes. So I remember when the draft started, like I turned on the TV at the #1 draft going, or the #1 pick in the draft going, you never know. Like maybe I could be picked early. I mean, you never know. I had a really good senior year, but I watched the entirety of the draft from first pick to last pick. You know, in our living room, just hoping that my name would be called. And, you know, so of course you're a little bit disappointed, but at the same time, you know, I wasn't holding out like, if I don't get drafted, you know, it's going to be shocking. And I think the fortunate thing was I knew there were some teams interested. So even if I didn't get drafted, I felt like I was at least going to get an opportunity to play. And that's really at that point, you know, all I was hoping for.
And you had a tryout at Green Bay.
I did.
With Brett Favre.
Yeah, short tryout in Green Bay. You know, and that's the other thing is why we choose and make the choices that we do. That I had, you know, 5 or 6 teams that were interested in me, and I chose to go to Green Bay. And Green Bay, as you mentioned, had Brett Favre at the time. I had another guy named Mark Brunell who would become an All-Pro player in the National Football League. And then they had a guy named Ty Detmer, who was, Heisman Trophy winner. So they had a pretty good, quarterback room. But in my mind, I thought to myself, well, all I got to do is beat out one of them. If I can beat out one of them, I got a shot. Whereas sometimes you go to these different teams and they'll have 6, 7 quarterbacks in camp, and you've got to figure out how to get your opportunity. But, I went there. I was the 4th-string quarterback. I never really got an opportunity, and it was just a few short weeks into camp before I was cut and trying to figure out what the next steps were.
So here's where the story gets kind of interesting. So you get cut, and you go back, and you think, well, I've got to make a living. I got to get a job here as I try to continue to play.
Right.
And maybe the most famous story about you emerges during this time.
Yeah. I said in my Hall of Fame speech that, sometimes in life you got to do what you got to do while you're waiting to do what you're born to do.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of us can associate with that. I ended up working as a stock boy at a grocery store, working nights in the grocery store. I was dating my wife at the time. She was a divorced mother of 2. So I would work all night. I would watch her kids during the day while she went to nursing school, get a few hours of sleep, work out, and then go back and do it all over again. But yeah, it was one of those things where, okay, this is where I'm at right now. I've got to do something to make ends meet, to be able to pay the bills, even though I know this isn't where I'm going to end up. But it was still very humbling to go from being this close to your dream and training camp with next to Brett Favre and Mark Brunell and Reggie White and all these great players, and then 2 weeks later, stocking shelves at night for $5.50 an hour at a grocery store. And people walking in at night and knowing that was my dream to play, or that I was just cut, and they see you stocking shelves, and it was a very humbling experience. But again, it's what we learn in life. It's the moments and experiences that we have that end up shaping who we are. But what was so tough about that, Kevin, was nobody had ever gone from aisle 7 at Hy-Vee to play in the National Football League. It had never been done before. And that's what was so hard, because you get there and you go, okay, what's the first step back to my dream? If somebody had done that and walked that path before, then you could kind of go, oh, Kevin had done this. So he started here, and then he did this, and then he did that, and he ultimately climbed his way back. But nobody had ever done that before. And that was what, was so hard for me, is I'm like, I don't know what the first step is. I've got to, pay the bills. I've got to do what I've got to do here. But what's the first step back to making it to the National Football League? And so you kind of find yourself in this position where you're just kind of frozen, going, never thought I would be here, never wanted to be here, but I don't know how to get out of here and get back on that track. But there's weird things that you learn along the way, as I was saying. And so anybody here working in a grocery store, stock shelves ever in their lives? Few hands going up. Okay, so there's probably a few people in here that understand what facing an aisle is. So what would happen at night is I would show up at 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and they would assign me an aisle. And then, they'd bring all the product that goes in that aisle out to that aisle in big boxes, and my job was to stock the aisles, right? Restock, what was out in the aisles. And then at the end of the night, before we went home, our job was to face the aisles. So what we had to do is we had to take all the product. If the shelves weren't completely full, we had to take all the products and we had to pull them to the front of the shelves. And then, if you had like baby food or soup, you'd have to turn the labels. So when you went in to get your peas for your kids, you could see, hey, it's peas. You didn't have to turn the labels or get your chicken noodle soup or whatever that was. And so that was our job at the end of the night. Now, anybody ever walk into a grocery store at 5 a.m. in the morning, having to get your baby food or your coffee or whatever, and ever walk down an aisle and go, man, this aisle looks good. Like whoever stocked this aisle was really, really good last night. No one's ever done that, right? And so it was one of these menial things that nobody was ever going to notice. But I remember when I was working in the grocery store, and one of those things that I said, okay, this is where I'm at. How can I do something in this moment that might help me as I move forward and chase my dream? And so one of those things was, I never left the store without saying, my aisle is going to be the best faced aisle in the store. Whether anybody notices or not, doesn't matter. I notice. I want to be excellent, even if I'm in a place I don't want to be, in a place that I never thought that I would find myself, but I wanted to be excellent in it. And that was kind of my first step working in the grocery store of going, okay, I've got to develop the right mindset. And again, it's a mindset that I learned in a grocery store, after being cut and humbled in that situation, but a mindset that I would carry with me to everything that I do. As a husband, as a father, as a broadcaster, on the football field when I played, is that every day became about being excellent. So I'm learning these different lessons along the way that would shape me, that would shape not only the player that I was, but also the person that I became. And they were valuable lessons, even though I didn't want to be there when I was there.
And embraced your faith at this time too.
Well, I think anytime, we're shaken and, life takes us on a detour, we're challenged. And we're challenged in what we believe and what we believe about ourselves. And for me, being a man of faith, how that kind of makes me walk through life and what's most important and what I'm learning from those moments. Because so much of life growing up, I was raised in the church, and so I had a faith. But I always just thought, my faith was, God was supposed to be there to help me get what I wanted, right? Why am I in a grocery store, God? I'm really talented. Why am I not playing football? But you learn along the way that there are bigger things and things more important than just those dreams of accomplishing your goals or getting that big contract or getting your face on TV. And those were things that I learned through the process. And again, you talk about the things you learn. So when I did finally, and I know we're going to get there, when I did finally get to the NFL, I was so grounded in who I was and what was important and why I wanted to be successful. And it wasn't just about Kurt wanting to be successful for Kurt anymore. There was a bigger picture. And so I think a lot of those experiences that I went through really challenged me in what I believed and who I was, but shaped me so I could have the success when I finally got there.
In 4 years, you graduate, Conference Player of the Year, you're working at the grocery store, you're newly married, you've become now a father. She had 2 children. And you told me one time that you thought the Arena Football League made you a better player in addition to all the things you carried into it. But being in that quick twitch type of game was really important for you.
Well, and
carried over to the NFL.
Right, and just as much that, it was actually playing football.
Right.
So the first thing, I sat on the bench for 4 years in college, so I only got to play a limited amount of football. I tell people all the time, so when I was in Green Bay, and we talked about Brett Favre,
were they nice to you? But did you talk with them?
Those guys were awesome.
Yeah.
Brett, I mean, salt of the earth people. Steve Mariucci, who I work with on the NFL Network now.
Andy Reid was on that staff too.
He was the coach there. He was the guy that cut me, so we have fun every Sunday with that. But Brett Favre was just becoming the quarterback there with the Green Bay Packers. So I tell people all the time, that was 1994 when I was in Green Bay. So from the time I went to Green Bay's training camp or when I was cut by Green Bay until the day I retired, so 2009, 94 to 2009, Brett Favre did not miss a single start in the National Football League. From 1994 to 2009, he did not miss a single start in the National Football League. And so, coming back to your point, had I made the Packers, I would have never set foot on a football field outside of, maybe a preseason game or mop-up time, even if I got up to the number 2 quarterback, because Brett played every single snap. So I go and play arena football, and then I end up playing in NFL Europe. And there is no doubt that I played more football than any backup in the history of the world. All the backups for Green Bay were sitting on the bench, getting no time, getting no experience. And so here's another one of those situations where I didn't want to play arena football. I didn't even know what arena football was at the time. But here I am playing football and experiencing different things. And if anybody's ever seen arena football, know what it is. I mean, it was like backyard football. There was no defense being played. So it was all about the quarterback. We threw every snap. You were supposed to score 70 points a game, but that's what it was. So it was the perfect training ground for me as a quarterback to get all these experiences, to throw the football every snap, to hone my skills, and to play football when everybody else that was in my situation was sitting waiting for an opportunity. So I felt I was getting better and better and better as a player. You talk about the Arena Football League, and it's another thing that we never know about in life, is people ask me all the time is that, because what I was known for in the NFL was my accuracy, my quick release and my ability to process information fast. And so people are always asking me, well, I mean, the Arena League had to help with that, playing on a smaller field, faster. You had to be more accurate with the football. And to this day, I have no idea. I tell people, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Like, were these skills that I had that were just honed in arena football, or are these skills I didn't have that I learned and developed in arena football? But regardless of whichever one it was, I needed that time in arena football to become the player that I would ultimately become. The success that I would have in the NFL would only be because of choosing to play in those other leagues and getting an opportunity to play and experience things that I hadn't experienced before. And so again, it's easy to look back, hindsight's 20/20. But I look back at these different experiences that I have and I go, man, had I not done that, had I not learned that, had I not sat on the bench in college or had the moment working in the grocery store or played arena football, would I ever have been as successful when I finally got my opportunity as I was? Really hard to see that in the moment, but those were things that I look back now and say were so valuable to me for different reasons, and I believe they were key in allowing me to ultimately get to where I wanted to get.
The journey was the reward.
Yep.
The Rams invited you to camp. You made the team at 27.
27.
4-year period.
Yeah.
College, I'm going to call it minor league football, the Arena League in NFL Europe. What was that like when they said, you're our third string quarterback? You made the team. You're in the NFL.
Well, it's, there's part of it that's just such a huge reward because for a long time, you even have family members and your family members love you and they want to support you the best they can. But, when I'm working in a grocery store and then playing arena football for 3 years and, there's times that your family members come up to you and go like, all right, is it time to get a real job? Like, is it time to give up on this dream? Is it time to move forward? And so you have a lot of people along your journey that say that. And again, I didn't look at them and I wasn't offended because I understood why they were saying that. It's like, gosh, he's got this pipe dream and at some point you got to just let this go and move on. And so you have a lot of those things along the way. Yet in my heart, I really felt like I was realistic, that I was a really good football player. Like I wasn't out there going, oh, I think I'm good, but I wasn't. I really felt like I was a good player. I really felt like I could play at that level if I was just given the opportunity. And so balancing those things out and being able to kind of be realistic, hear what people were saying, but also hold on to my confidence and my dreams through that process was really, really hard.
And believing in yourself, which is a key component regardless of playing football or selling cars or running dealerships or whatever.
That's exactly it. Having the confidence, that you belong, that you could actually do it. And the hardest thing is I just couldn't get the opportunity, or at least that's what I felt, was I was good enough, I just couldn't get the opportunity. And so I kept going because I wanted someone to show me that I couldn't be successful. So again, in life and in my journey, when people talk about my story, they often hang on the more negative things or the things that he sat on the bench for 4 years in college. Oh, he had to work in a grocery store. He couldn't get a shot in the NFL, so he's playing arena football. And they're looking at all these things as negatives. And when I was going through the journey, how I would look at it was, well, I played 1 year in college. And that year, I was the player of the year in our conference. I was really good. I played 3 years in arena football, and I was, voted the best quarterback in the league those 3 years. And I went to the championship game 2 out of 3 years when I was playing. I went to Europe, same thing. Stats, I was the top, quarterback from a stats perspective. So where everybody else was looking at, oh, you sat on the bench, oh, you had to work in a grocery store, you weren't very good. All I saw was when I was between those lines and I had a ball in my hands, I was always successful. Like nobody could point to a time when I was playing where I wasn't good. And that's what continued to resonate in me when everybody was saying, dude, you're working in a grocery store. You're never going to get a shot. Like you couldn't even play in college. I looked at those things and those things that I knew were true about myself and said, nope, this is what I know to be true. And until somebody can show me that's not the case, I've got to continue to chase this dream. And so that's what kept me going when 27. I mean, when's the last time you saw a 27-year-old rookie quarterback make it? And, that's what everybody was saying. It's passed you by. It's too late in the game. And so funny story that I'll share. Not a lot of people have heard this story, but I've shared it a few times. And so I'm playing arena football, and there's actually another coach in arena football that is connected in the NFL a little bit. And because I was so successful in arena football, he wanted to get me out of the league. He's like, we need to get this guy out. So he's actually the guy that made some calls for me in the NFL. And he knew the general manager of the Chicago Bears at the time. And so he had called the Bears and said, you really need to give this guy a workout. And so they called me to set up a workout. And so I'm like, okay, here it is. Here's my shot. Probably my last shot, but here's my shot. So the Bears call me and they set up a workout with me. And I'm so excited. And I run to tell my wife, I'm like, Brenda, I just got a call from the Bears. They want to work me out this coming Friday. And my wife, you would expect to be extremely excited for you in a moment like that, is just kind of staring back at me with like this blank face. And I'm like, what? We've been waiting for this. What's the problem? And she just looks at me and she goes, Friday, huh? Yeah, what's happening Saturday? We're getting married. So I had blanked completely. So like I said earlier on the marriage thing, the big moments, that would have been a big moment I should have hit. But I missed the moment. I was excited. This was it. So I had to call the Bears back and say, okay, apologize. Blew my mind, but I forgot that I'm getting married. So any other time, yeah, I know, sounds really good, doesn't it? This guy's on it. Okay, any other time you want to work out, I'm in. So they set it up for the next week. Run back and tell wife, hey, I got it figured out, Brenda. We can get married. I'm going next week. She gave me the look again, and I'm like, what now? We're going to be in Jamaica on our honeymoon next week. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. All right, call the Bears back one more time. Sorry, going on my honeymoon, can't do it. But I promise, any other time you want to do it, I'm there. We go on our honeymoon. The Bears, talk to my agent while I'm on my honeymoon. And we're coming back on a Monday, and the workout is set up for Tuesday. Perfect. This is going to work out great. The night before we left our honeymoon in Jamaica, I woke up the next morning, and I had gotten bit on my throwing elbow by some sort of insect in Jamaica. And my throwing elbow swelled up to about the size of a grapefruit. I was sweating, had fever, all of this stuff. And I'm supposed to have the workout the next day. So, of course, I've got to call the Bears back a third time and say, you're never going to believe this, but I got bit on my throwing elbow last night, and I can't make the workout. And needless to say, the Bears never called back. Never heard from them again, never had a tryout for the Bears. Ironically enough, it would be 2 weeks later that I would get a call from the St. Louis Rams, go in for the workout, and end up being signed by the Rams after my trip over in NFL Europe. And so back to your original point, it was all of that stuff that had happened, and all of the doubt that was out there, and all of the belief that I had, all coming to the point where it was like, okay, I don't know where I'm going to go from here. I don't know if I'm ever going to play or be successful, but I made it. And all the stuff that I believed about myself, I can now say, you were right, that you were realistic in that confidence and belief that you had in yourself. And that's what that moment, more than anything else, seeing in the future, was just, I knew I could do it. I stood with it. I worked to it. And then I was able to accomplish it. And it was a really pinnacle moment for me.
First year, you're third string quarterback. The second year, Trent Green is injured in a preseason game. I think it was in San Diego.
Yep.
And Dick Vermeil, having never seen you with the first team offense, said, Kurt Warner's our starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Your second year there, you're 28 years old, and here it is.
Here it is. So if anybody saw that press conference, anybody knows Dick Vermeil, he was a coach that wasn't afraid to shed tears, right? He was very emotional as a coach. And so in that moment, his famous line was, we will rally around Kurt Warner and we will play good football. And he was saying all this through tears. And so, I still wonder to this day if, the tears were because he thought he was going to lose his job because I was taking over, and he was crying like, oh my God, we got nowhere else to go, but I'm going to put on this persona that I'm really confident, or was it tears for Trent because Trent had finally got his moment, had a crazy story as well, finally got his moment and then suffers the injury. But there's nothing greater than when your leader, your boss, your coach projects their belief in you. because there were a lot of doubters out there, and there was a lot of people saying, well, gosh, they can't put Kurt in as the starter. They've got a good team. They need to go find somebody else that has played before. But him standing up there that next day and going, hey, he's our guy. He will be our starter. We will play good football. We believe in this guy. Was so key for me as I was stepping into that, because there was already going to be a lot of pressure. I knew that I wasn't going to get many opportunities. This was probably my one opportunity to show that I could play. But my coach standing up for me and going, hey, I believe in this guy, was so paramount in me being able to step into that situation and also believe that I could do it, and believe that he had my back, and they thought that I could be successful. So it was, that press conference was, was huge for me, because there were a lot of people, whispers that I'm hearing like, okay, Kurt's not going to get the job. They got to go find someone else. But he instilled that confidence in me, and I believe that went a long way in allowing me to have success early.
Every week you win. And Sports Illustrated had him on the cover mid-October with a picture of him on the cover. Said, who is this guy? Because no one knew, right? You literally, you came out of nowhere at 28. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. Yeah. So people are familiar now, MVP, Super Bowl win, two-time MVP in the regular season, all these other things, and our time is growing short. And I wanted to close a little bit about your family. We talked about Brenda, how you met. Talk about, and then they had 5 children of their own. So as he said earlier, they have 7 children. I want to talk about your 2 football-playing sons. I want to talk about Zach. So tell me about your family and Cade and EJ.
So 7 children. My oldest is Zach, who's 34 years old right now. Daughter Jessie, who's given us 2 awesome grandkids. So I've got 2 grandkids now. Then my son Cade. Thank you. They are awesome. There's nothing better. It's what everybody tells you it is. It is awesome having grandkids. Then my son Cade, who's 25, who's trying to kind of follow in Dad's footsteps.
He played at Kansas State.
Played at Nebraska. Recently got released by Tampa Bay in training camp, so trying to find his way back in, and going through some of the things that Dad went through. Daughter Jada, who's at USC in the acting program there. EJ, you mentioned, is a young quarterback that was at Temple for a couple years, recently transferred to Rice, so he'll be playing in Houston this fall.
5th-rated quarterback in the country. Of all the teams in the country, he was the 5th-rated quarterback in the country, entered the portal, chose Rice, and they've got their new starting quarterback.
Very good little quarterback. Yep. And then I've got twin girls, so we finished with twins that are seniors in high school, and so we're about to be empty nesters for the first time. We did it backwards, right? We've been together for basically 30 years because she had 2 kids. We've never been just the 2 of us. A little scared about that, a little excited about that. It's going to be an interesting transition, but looking forward to having that time. But so twin girls, and so it's just such a blessing. You get to this stage in life, and it's so much fun now to watch and help your kids chase their dream and be able to help them with that. My 2 boys playing football. It's been fun, been able to coach them since they were in high school, so to use my gifts and experience to help them chase their dream. Yet they've both dealt with some unique challenges. And it's amazing when you're a parent, right? They've heard my story a million times. You think I'd be the perfect person for my kids as they've gone through challenges to kind of say, hey, I've been there, I've done that. They don't want to hear anything that I have to say. Like, they're like, Dad, whatever, we've heard that, it's not my story. But again, I think there are things that they take and pull from my journey as they're going through some of these challenges. And at the end of the day, whether it's through a conversation or not, I know they can look at Dad and go, like I was looking to go, okay, who went from aisle 7 to the NFL? Well, nobody had. They can look at Dad and go, okay, may not be exactly the same, but I'm in some of those same places, and this is what Dad did, and this was a step that he took. And so hopefully that will lead them back to being able to follow and chase their dreams and accomplish those things. And then you mentioned my son, Zach. So I don't know if anybody saw the movie that was based on our life, but a big part of the movie was my son, Zach, who at 4 months suffered a traumatic brain injury. And so he has dealt with challenges and struggles every day of his life with the simplest things. But I don't know if there's anybody in my life that I've gained more inspiration from, I've been more encouraged by than my son. It's usually supposed to work the other way, right? Like I was talking about. It's supposed to be Dad that is encouraging their kids. But Zach has been such an encouragement to watch him walk through challenge after challenge and never be discouraged. Never let somebody put a label on him that he can't do something, that he can't accomplish something. And so I'll share a quick story, and a little bit of it is alluded to in the movie, but to me it's a really cool story that talks about believing and inspiring and having the confidence and belief in who you are. So Zach suffered that traumatic brain injury, so he's got some brain damage, but he's also legally blind. And from the earliest age, he loved cars, he loved trucks. And so, you would ask him when he was 4 or 5 years old what he wants to grow up to be. And for me, I was going to be an NFL football player, I was going to be an NBA basketball player. But for him, he said, I'm going to grow up to be a black truck driver. He always wanted to have a black truck and drive it. That was his goal, was to drive trucks. And, as parents, it's such a hard thing because we know there's probably no chance that he's ever going to be able to drive because of his issues and his blindness. But, it started with a little black pickup truck, matchbook car, and he would push it around for hours, just pretending like he was driving it. And then it went to, one of those little battery-operated cars that you have, out on your driveway that go a half a mile an hour, and he could get in that, and he could drive it around, and the joy that he had. One of the first things that we bought when I got my first contract with the Rams is we bought a John Deere tractor. So one of those riding mowers. My wife's parents, before they were tragically killed, her dad worked at John Deere. And so that was one of those things that it was kind of a symbol of something that he was never able to have, they were never able to have, but to kind of represent that. But so we got this riding mower, and we would go out, and I don't think I ever mowed the lawn with it. It was just to ride around it. But I would put Zach, on my lap, like, a lot of us do with our kids when they're younger, and in those kind of, I put him on my lap, and we would drive around the yard. And, we drive through these little trails that we had, and, at times you'd kind of go, okay, you'd take your hands off the wheel, and Zach, you're driving, and it's all cool. And so we would do that. And so that was like the next progression. And then, there was one time where we were out driving, and we decided to drive up, and I was going to go in and get some lemonade, hot outside. And so I'm like, okay, Zach, I'm going to just run in and get us something to drink. You hang here, and then we'll ride again. And so in the front of our house, we had this little roundabout driveway. And so when I got off, he's like, Dad, can I drive it on my own? And I'm like, it doesn't go that fast, but yet it's still a riding lawnmower and still, dangerous things. But, I look around and Brenda's not around. I'm like, yeah, Zach, you can drive it. But here's the thing. You got to stay on this little roundabout. Like, you can't go off into the woods. You got to just stay right here in this roundabout. And so, he gets his smile and he starts to take off, and I watch him, and he's very cautious. He's very careful, understanding some of the limitations, but he starts driving around that little roundabout. And I'm like, okay, cool. He's good. He's going to stay right there. I'm run in and get some lemonade and grab the lemonade, and I'm in there drinking it, and all of a sudden my wife walks in and she goes, hey, how was the ride with Zach? Where's Zach at? And I'm like, he's out driving the tractor, just coming in to get some lemonade. And she's like, what? So she goes running to the front door, like, you let him drive the tractor by himself? And here he is on that roundabout, just very cautiously moving, biggest smile on his face that you can imagine. He ended up driving that tractor around that roundabout until it ran out of gas. All night long, I never went back out there. We just sat and watched him. We would go get some more lemonade because he was cool, and we'd come back, and he's still driving around that little circle. And, he's never going to drive a vehicle, although I would have a story for you if we had more time, but never going to go out and drive a vehicle. But that was kind of his moment to go, see, I told you. I told you one day I would drive. I told you one day I could do this when everybody else said, no, you can't, Zach. No, you'll never get this opportunity. And there's so many moments like that he gave me along the way to encourage me and inspire me and to continue to overcome. And so he graduated from high school. He currently lives in a place we call Treasure House, which is a community living facility for young adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. He works 2 jobs. He has a community. He's got, a bigger social calendar than we do. He's always got something to do and somewhere to go and someone to be with. And it's just been an incredible story to watch what he's overcome and what he's done and the full life that he's living. And so I appreciate you asking about him. All my kids are incredible. They're all different. They all do different things. But, you know, he's obviously got a special place because of who he is and the challenges that he's been through, but most importantly because of the fact that he just continues to overcome, and one step after another to accomplish things that even us as parents really couldn't dream for. You know, that was the hardest thing. Having 7 kids, it was so easy to dream for our other 6 kids, right? They can be the president, they could be a doctor or a lawyer or a teacher, or they could go on to be football, I mean, whatever they wanted to be. And it was really hard to dream for Zach, not knowing what the possibilities were, what else is out there. And now it's fun to go, man, I don't know what tomorrow brings, where he can go. And we've got people that see Treasure House now, families like ours with children that have some sort of disability that look at Treasure House and go, now I can dream differently. I can believe differently for our family or for our child. And that to me is what this whole platform and this whole journey and, you know, getting to the NFL and having success, that to me is what it's all about. Being able to impact the lives of other people in whatever way that is. Your kids, encouraging them as, you know, as you've gone through some different things, or being able to have a platform to do different things and impact people through building Treasure House or doing different charity work. It's really been a blessed journey and a blessed ride, even though, you know, a big part of the journey, if you'd asked me 20 years ago, I said, I don't want to have any part of that. But it's really cool. Sorry, I mean, I know you probably got more questions, but I just got so many things that I want to share. So you were talking about EJ, he's my youngest son that plays. And so he was growing up in the era where Nike had all of those different slogans that they would have. And so we would get him all the t-shirts, you know, those motivational slogans that kids would wear when they're playing sports or whatever. And one day he had a shirt on that said, "One day they'll make a movie about me." And I remember asking him, you know, he's 8, 9 years old, and I'm like, EJ, why are they going to make a movie about you? You got this t-shirt on. Why would they make a movie about you? And, you know, his first response, I think like many of us, is, well, they're going to make a movie about me because I'm going to be great at sports. Like, I'm going to be one of the best there is at sports. And it was one of those moments where I got a chance to kind of talk to him and go, you know what? There are a lot of people that are really, really good at their job, really successful in their field. There are only a few that get movies made about them. And the ones that get movies made about them are the ones that do it differently. The ones that have different stories, different journeys, have overcome things. You know, it hasn't always been easy for them. So just remember that if you want to have a movie made about, do it differently. Be different than everyone else. And I bring that back because obviously, ironically enough, they end up making a movie about me. But I think the ironic thing about the movie is, you know, all those times sitting on the bench, working in a grocery store, playing arena football, for most of my life, I would have given all that away if you would have just given me a shot in the NFL right away. But now I realize it's only because of those things that this movie has been made. Mm-hmm. It's only because the story is different, the journey is different, that no one will ever have my journey again. And I look back now and go, man, I'm so grateful for the journey that I've had and the way it's shaped me and the experiences that it's given me and the way it's allowed me to be able to hopefully encourage and inspire other people along the way, because my journey is different, because I had the supermarket moment, because I had some of those struggles, and it's why so many people can resonate with my story. So it's just ironic how life works, and all the things I would have passed on and said, I don't want to be a part of this, have really become the things that I'm most proud of, the things that have shaped my story and my journey. And, you know, I say that because I know so many of us find ourselves in those places, going, why me? Why here? Why couldn't I have had Peyton Manning's career and been drafted #1 and had the Hall of Fame career? Yet, when you look back on it, I am grateful for every one of those experiences, what it taught me, what it did for me, and maybe more importantly, how it's connected me with so many other people.
Made you the man you are. We're going to end here with, we can't let a couple things escape us before we close our program. They told you couldn't play in the NFL. They told you couldn't play quarterback. They also told you that you could not dance. But We've got some evidence
No.
to the contrary. So
All
could
right,
please
good
see
talk.
that,
Good to be here. Wife wants me home. Let's.
You've got to learn the difference between flex knees and bent knees.
Why are you giving me dirty look for?
Because somehow it was your fault.
It's my
You didn't
fault.
tell me about bent knees and something else.
I think I have told you about many, many things.
And I had my knees bent. That's what I wanted. You told me bend my knees.
Why did you do that?
I don't know why I did that. I don't know. You know, it's why we do things in life. That was an interesting one. That I will say, I'm glad that I did it. I would never do it again.
Outside your comfort zone,
But I'm
clearly,
glad that I
right?
did
Yeah.
it. And I always hope that I can make it through one of these events without somebody mentioning that, because the problem now is that everything lives forever on the internet. And so now if anybody out here didn't know that I did that, they're gonna go home and watch me do some stupid dance with straight knees, bent knees, I don't know, whatever. But here's the thing, is that I did it right after I retired. And so the interesting thing about playing professional sports is that obviously it's finite. You know, nobody plays forever. And then the other thing in professional sports, usually you retire mid-30s, maybe if you make it to 40, that's a really, really long career. And so you've got the rest of your life to figure out, what else can I do? Like, what else am I good at? Because you've spent your entire life focused on this one area, and then that's over. There's no more doing that. You've got to figure out what else you can do. So one of the reasons, we talked about Brett Favre earlier. I think one of the reasons why Brett Favre retired and came back and retired and came back, and why you see so many Tom Brady retired and came back, is because you get into retirement and it sounds great, and then you go, oh my gosh, I'm not good at anything else. I don't have anything else to focus my time on. And so one of the reasons that I did Dancing with the Stars, because it was coming right off of my retirement. And I didn't really know what else I was going to do, but I knew I wasn't going to come back to football. But I felt if I'm going to be sitting around watching everybody else play football and in good shape and feeling like I could play, I'm going to want to go back and play. So I decided to dive into a new challenge, something that I had never done before, something that was, you know, so foreign to me, because it's weird. In sports, so much of playing sports is about getting every part of your body going in one direction and building off of momentum. And in dance, it's like they want your feet to go one direction and then they want your upper body. It was completely foreign to me. So it was really, really hard. But it was an unbelievable challenge for me to dive into something new, to take my mind away from wanting to go back and play football. And it was the challenge too, like, you know, I was always nervous when I played football. I was always nervous when you step onto that, you know, Super Bowl stage for, you know, to play in the big game and you know what's at stake. But the first time I stepped on the dance floor, knowing millions of people were gonna watch me do something that I wasn't any good at, I was terrified. It was so hard to step out there like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I can do this. And so it was about putting myself into a new challenge, a new place, challenging myself in new ways, which would become kind of the norm for me in retirement. You know, whether it was getting into broadcasting or doing some of the other endeavors that I'm involved with, they were all new challenges because there was no guarantee I was going to be good at it. And when you've been really good at something in your life, and then you've got to get thrown into something that you have no idea if you're going to be good at, it's a very intimidating situation. So it taught me a lot of things. I grew through it. It helped me to focus away from football and meet that next challenge. I'm not sure how good I was at meeting that challenge. I'm reminded all the time by my kids that I did not win Dancing with the Stars, but I was Final Five, so I'm happy with that. Because you get to a point on Dancing with the Stars where you go, I don't want to be the first couple people out. Like, I don't want to be so bad that they're like, oh my gosh, that guy should have never done it. But then you get to a point where you're like, oh my gosh, I do not want to dance anymore. And so you get to a certain point, it's like, I'm telling my family, please don't call and vote. Like, don't vote for me. I want to get thrown off the island. It's been a good run, but let me go home. And so I made it to the Final Five, and then I rode off into the sunset.
All right, we're going to conclude by, as we know, you and I, that this group out here, that the automotive industry and this company drives this economy. These are people that have sunk everything in their lives into these dealerships.
Yep.
A lot of them have, like Bobby Seitz' family has had theirs for over 100 years in Kansas City. What's a final word, inspirational note, anything at all you'd like to say to these important people in our economy, for this country and what they represent, how they have done it, mixing in your journey? Give them something to leave this wonderful NADA with as they take back to their respective home communities.
Well, I mean, I think probably the biggest thing is, just keep on believing in who you are and what you're doing. I was working with a company yesterday called WarCloud, and they're kind of a startup. And that was where the kind of connection was, with the two of us, is that, I remember being that person that everybody doubted, that nobody believed they could be successful. And having to kind of push through and take my own journey and forge my own route, but always believing in what I could do. And the interesting thing about my journey is, we went into obviously a lot of it, but there's other twists and turns to it. That I won a Super Bowl, I won 2 MVPs with the St. Louis Rams, and then I would find myself benched 3 times after that. So, having a level of success and sustaining a level of success, and understanding that sometimes, even once you get to the pinnacle, that there's going to be dips, there's going to be moments, there's going to be challenges in the economy, there's going to be challenges with things like COVID, and you find yourself going, oh my gosh, I was way up here and now I'm here, now what? And you find yourself in a new place of being an underdog. And I believe so much of my story is about being an underdog. But that to me is something that I'm very, very proud of as well, is that I was able to get there with the Rams, and then I'm benched and I'm cut, and I find myself with the Cardinals. And then I'm able to kind of elevate my team and our situation and go back to the pinnacle after that. And so much of it was about believing in who I was when everybody else doubted, believing that I could find my way back to that mountaintop, even though there's going to be challenges along the way. And that's kind of what I think about life in general, business in general, is that you're going to always ride waves. There's going to be different spots. You're going to be here at times, you're going to be here at times, you're going to be in the middle, you're going to find yourself in all those different places. And I guess my encouragement is that no matter where you find yourself, my life is kind of a testimony that no matter where you're at, you can find your way to where you want to be through that confidence, through that belief, through that ingenuity of going, hey, maybe I'm going to have to do it my way. Maybe I'm going to have to do it differently than everybody else, but that's okay. Because, again, going back to my...
Great information, and we would love to stay tuned in, but we've got some live stage fun that we have to get through. All right, so let me ask you out there, does anyone know how many square feet in total the expo is? Anybody want to take a guess? Anybody? 1 million. Not quite 1 million, but pretty close. 700,000 square feet, right? 700,000 square feet. That's absolutely amazing. And guess what? We had the task of coming up with the best booth at the award show. So we're going to go and give the best booth award. So if you can imagine going through 700,000 square feet to find those best booths. I didn't have to do it, luckily. But I have someone that was a part of that process. And so I'd like to welcome up Connie Michaels, who is the Director of Exposition at NADA. Let's give her a big round of applause. Connie, come on up. You're welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. My name is Connie Michaels. I'm Director of Expositions at NADA, and my role revolves around curating the NADA Expo in West and North Halls this year. A dynamic marketplace showcasing cutting-edge products and technologies. Our goal is to facilitate meaningful face-to-face connections, fostering personal interactions, networking opportunities, and driving business development. The NADA Expo is the epicenter where deals are forged and industry relationships flourish. Today, I'm excited to share insights into our Best Booth Award program that has been part of our annual show since its launch in 2015. Offering a Best Booth Award program at NADA serves multiple purposes. Firstly, it adds an element of competition and encourages exhibitors to put extra effort into creating visually appealing and innovative booths. This competition enhances the overall aesthetics and atmosphere of the trade show, making it more engaging and attractive for attendees. Secondly, the Best Booth Awards provide recognition and prestige for the exhibitors. Winning such an award can boost a company's reputation within the industry, increase visibility, and draw more attention to their products or services. This recognition can be valuable for marketing and branding efforts, both during and after the trade show. From the trade show organizer's perspective, having an award program incentivizes exhibitors to invest in their booth designs, contributing to the overall success and attractiveness of the event. It creates a positive cycle where exhibitors strive to outdo each other, resulting in a more vibrant and dynamic trade show environment. Ultimately, the Best Booth Award program benefits both exhibitors and organizers by fostering creativity, competition, and heightened attendee experience. So how are the winners chosen, you ask? Judging criteria includes the booth design, the overall structure, quality of the build, and innovative use of materials, creativity, the use of color, sound, light, and other creative elements, branding, use of corporate logo and or brand within the design of the booth, promotions of the product or service. From the eligibility standpoint, all exhibitors are automatically entered into the Best Booth contest, and companies do not need to do anything special to qualify, and there are no additional forms to complete. As far as judging goes, 3 non-NADA subject matter experts in the trade show industry, along with an NADA team, select the top candidates based on the judging criteria. So how can we improve this popular program, you ask? For 2025, we're looking at expanding the Best Booth program to include a Dealer's Choice Award. We'll have more information on that in the coming months, so stay tuned. And now, I'd like to introduce the 2024 Best Booth winners, and congratulations to each one. Radiant Ride, booth number 7251N in North Hall. They won the linear category, which is 100 to 400 square feet, and they are a cosmetic car care program company. Full Path, number 7329N in North Hall. They won the small island category of 400 to 1,000 square feet for digital marketing. Outsell, number 4801W, West Hall. They won the medium island category for 1,000 to 2,000 square feet, and they are a customer engagement platform. And Affinitive, number 1341W in West Hall, and they won the large island category of 2,000 or more square feet, and they are a data-driven marketing and software solutions company. And if you stop by their booths today to say hi, be sure to tell them that Connie sent you. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your day.
All right, one more time. Let's have a big round of applause for all of those that made the Expo show shine in 2024. We're excited to see what's going to happen in 2025. We know that there's going to be some more creativity, some great designs, and so we're excited for that. We're going to continue to have fun here at the live stage. And next up, what we're going to talk about is talent management. Now, this is a new NADA seminar, so I want you to get excited about this because this is new content that NADA is going to be delivering. And to help me talk more about it, I'd like to welcome up Megan Dolan, who is the Director of Program Development with NADA. Megan, come on up. Hello, welcome. I'm doing wonderful. There you are. You're welcome. Right. I go through that myself. Have so many things and not enough hands. All right. So first off, welcome. Glad to have you here on Sunday Fun Day, right? Do me a favor, introduce yourself, tell everyone a little bit more about your role, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the new seminar.
Errol introduced me. I'm Megan Dolan. My team develops the curriculum materials for all the classes that NADA offers. So that includes the academy, the professional series, and the courses that we take on the road. We also develop some of the internal presentations that are delivered here at Show.
Fantastic. So tell us a little bit about how you got into that role and maybe a little bit more about your background.
I have a doctorate in education and have been working in adult education for over 2 decades, and came to NADA about 6 years ago, and I'm an Academy graduate.
Now, you know the thing I wonder about adult education? Is there really a big difference between adult education and child education at times?
The nice thing about adult education is that they are normally there on their own free will.
That's true. Okay.
So they're invested in it. And part of what we'll talk about today is why dealers should be invested in this course.
Absolutely. So let's first off talk a little bit about the course. And I know you said that this is a new offering from NADA. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So how did that come about? Because one of the things we talked about with the education escalator was that a lot of it is based on hand raising from dealers or others that have been part of other programming from NADA that have a need to say, hey, we would like to incorporate this. Was this kind of developed in the same sense where we heard from our dealers or participants?
Absolutely. We listen to our academy instructors. We listen to our 20 group consultants. They are our front line who have contact with our members all the time. Our board of directors members brought it up. We've been hearing it for a couple of years now, and we decided it was time to respond.
Fantastic. So tell us a little bit more about the talent management course specifically. What are some of the focuses of the course?
Okay. It's a 2-day course in person. It's activity-based, and the students will get to practice by developing job aids while they're in the classroom that they can take home and use in the dealership. They'll develop interview questions, job descriptions, and onboarding plans, among other tools that they can use right away. It follows the 5 steps of the employment cycle, which are recruiting, hiring, onboarding, developing, and retaining. And it views them through the lens of culture and engagement.
Wonderful. Now, it sounds like just from looking at the description, this would kind of be more geared towards maybe the HR department, but do you recommend other departments of the dealership also kind of go through this course?
We do, especially with the smaller dealerships where they may not have an HR department, but even the larger dealerships, we're looking at dealers, general managers, anybody who does a lot of hiring and managing their employees.
So really, it sounds like this is a great addition for anybody, like you said, that's involved in that hiring process because, like you said, it's not just all the weight on one department, but sometimes it is a collaborative effort, especially because you might go through 1 or 2 or 3 different interviews, meaning that you might see more than one person. So
correct.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Now, with that, why did you discover, why did NADA discover that there was an important need for this new talent management?
Well, dealers have known that talent management is important for a long time, but it's very hard for them to go through each of the steps without a clear strategy,
Okay.
and that's what this course will focus on. It also will give them a way to approach culture and engagement in their dealership so it's connected to all parts of the employment cycle.
That makes sense. Now, you mentioned specifically talking about like the steps that are involved. So it sounds like, I know you kind of alluded to it there, but are there specific steps or phases that you've identified that are part of the new talent management?
Yeah, we circle back around. We start with recruiting, and that's a huge challenge right now, as all dealers will tell you.
Yes.
There's a number of challenges that they face. There's the stigma associated with the car business, which we've been talking about for years and haven't made a whole lot of progress in improving. The commission-based salary is difficult for a lot of employees, especially the younger generation, and some dealers are moving along to address that, but we need to find other ways to deal with that situation. Dealers haven't always made great strides in terms of developing relationships with their local educational organizations, their high schools, their community colleges, and those are great tools to get folks into the pipeline for jobs at the dealership. And there's still a negative connotation associated with vocational technical jobs, which makes it particularly challenged for fixed jobs. We all know there's a technician shortage. Service advisors have among the highest turnover in the dealership, so we need to look at those issues. The other issue is the college track. A lot of young people are always under pressure to attend college. I have a doctorate, I have obnoxious education, but it's not for everybody. The current graduation rate is 63%. This means that after 6 years, only 2/3 of the students graduated from a 4-year institution.
Wow.
The debt rate is 1.75 for student loans, trillion for student loans in the United States, and that's $30,000 on average per student. So we offer a great opportunity at dealerships for students to be successful and to grow and become whatever they want, but we don't tell that story very well.
Got it. That makes sense. Now, I think between just the first two phases that you mentioned, there's a ton that we can unpack there. But let's start first talking about that stigma, right? Because I think, how do we, because like you said, we don't message it well. Like they, and I think one of the things with NADA is we try to offer as many resources to help push that message along. And then with the education escalator and some of the courses and seminars that are offered, it helps, right? But how do we collectively kind of first push that stigma to the side to be able to message and say, hey, there's an opportunity here, whether you graduated college or didn't graduate college, but we want to introduce you to this career that can help you in that success track. How do we overcome that stigma?
Well, there's a couple of strategies right off the top of my head. The partnerships with the schools and the communities are great tools. Most dealerships are doing fabulous things in their community, and they don't always do a terrific job of getting the word out about it. They do charity events, they do open houses, they do coat drives, they do all sorts of things that serve the community beyond the business.
Right.
And especially with the younger generations, they're looking for businesses and organizations that embrace a vision, that have meaning, that are looking to do things beyond the bottom line. So if we can emphasize that story, it would help a lot. The other thing is getting the word out about the opportunities that are beyond the obvious ones.
Okay.
Like we have warranty administrator, we have parts consultant, we have parts manager, we have service advisor, and those are jobs that you can make a very good living at. We just don't.
Nobody knows.
There's no book. I want to be a service advisor when I grow up.
Right.
And if we can start telling that story better, we'd be in a better position.
I agree with you. I agree. And we've actually seen a lot of what you're talking about, even highlighted here on this stage. Like yesterday, we focused on philanthropy and had the pitch competition with certain dealers that were doing that community engagement and, giving back. But then also, just from a personal standpoint, what you're talking about from the employee front of wanting to be in an organization that has a culture, that has a care. I've seen it personally. I have an 18-year-old daughter who quit a job because she was like, oh, I don't like the way the manager talked to me. I didn't like, and that's the younger generation now. It's not like when, we had our first job and we're like, well, this is my first job. I'm going to stick it out. I'm going to deal with it. And that was that. It's like, no, I don't like it. I didn't feel respected. I didn't feel appreciated, and she came home and said she wants respect but didn't give me respect. And I think that is a big testament of what we're seeing with the employee front now, is that they want to be part of a culture that isn't just about the bottom line, like you mentioned. So why should dealers care more about the cultural engagement and, education and courses and seminars such as this?
Well, we know that culture is important. We've got, I've got some data I can share with you. Let me get to it. Gallup has done some great research. 95% of candidates said that culture is more important than compensation.
Wow.
96% of leaders believe it impacts the bottom line, but they spend 76% of their time on strategy instead. 62% of employees who quit cite a toxic culture.
Yeah.
And businesses with thriving cultures are twice as likely to have increased revenues.
Wow.
So it's good for the organization and the community of that organization. It's also good for their bottom line. So we know that. We also know that engagement, organizations, 33% of employees are engaged. Only 33%.
Wow.
The data shows that 2/3 of your employees are willing to walk across the street for comparable salary, not necessarily an increase,
Right.
but comparable salary and responsibilities because they're not really engaged at your business. Businesses with more engaged workers have lower turnover, higher sales productivity, and bingo, higher profits.
Yeah.
So we know it's important. We just don't pay attention to it because we don't know how. We don't have specific strategies that we can implement with an action plan. This is what I'm going to do every day to make sure that my culture is good and my employees are engaged. And the course focuses on that at each step of the employment cycle.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that's important with creating that culture is really starting with the end in mind. I think if we all think about what we personally want, from that leadership perspective, or what makes us feel, welcomed, or why we buy certain brands or go to certain places, it is just that. Like, I go here because they have good service, or I go here because they remember my name, or whatever that little thing is that makes us kind of continue to go back. We need to start employing that in our own culture and not just thinking like, oh, well, you're getting paid, so you know what I mean? It has to be more than just, like you said, the bottom line in a paycheck. Right. So, okay, so this is great information, and we've got about a little bit less than a minute, but tell us when this course is going to be available and where everybody out there can find out more information about how to sign up.
Okay, here we go. We're launching the course May 16th and 17th at our headquarters in Tysons, Virginia. If you have our education subscription, which is a great value, it includes our professional series, it includes our seminars, it's part of that package. If not, it's $14.95, which for a 2-day course is a pretty good deal.
Yes.
If you're interested in signing up for the class, the NADA Pavilion is right inside the expo there, and we'd love to see you come by and talk about it.
Absolutely, and I think it's imperative. It's definitely needed. So for everyone out there, if you want more information about it, like Megan said, definitely go in, check out the booth. You're here anyway. Go check it out, or log in online, check out the information if you're not here with us physically, and make sure you get that information because culture is important. Megan, thank you so much for your time. Absolutely. My pleasure. Well, yes, as Megan said, culture is important. Big thing. Make sure you check out more information on that.
Good morning, everyone. Can you believe it's already day 4? Yep, it's Sunday Fun Day here at the NADA Show 2024 in fabulous Las Vegas. Today's theme is inspiration. We've come a long way, and it's time to wrap things up with style and energy. It's 8:30 a.m., and the expo doors are opening. If there's a deal to strike or a contact to make, today is your last chance. Now, for the main stage today, gear up to meet someone truly exceptional, Hall of Fame quarterback and philanthropist Kurt Warner. I promise his story will captivate you, just like he did the world of sports and much more. At 10:30, your dealer franchise meetings start. And at 12:30, the Super Session, the ultimate tune-up for your fixed operations department, kicks off. As the NADA show comes to a close, I have to say, it's been a true honor to be your chairman. If you see me in the expo halls, don't hesitate to stop me, say hi, and share your thoughts on the show. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Don't forget to mark your calendars for the 2025 NADA show as we go to the great city of New Orleans, January 23rd through 26th. Let's keep the memories flowing. Share your favorite moments, memories, and snaps using the hashtag NADA show. Here's to an unforgettable day 4. Safe travels home, and until next time. Where is the NADA show? We're searching, we're looking.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Fasten your seatbelt, folks, because
All right, that's right. The theme for today is inspiration, and we are going to continue on that same track. And so let's take an outlook, right? There's a lot of excitement. We've already seen some of the excitement with new seminars and great booth awards and all the things that NADA holds. But we want to take an outlook for 2024. So let's do that and look ahead. And to help us do that, I'd like to welcome up Jonathan Colegio and our current 2024 NADA chairman, Gary Gilchrist. Let's give them both a big round of applause.
Gary Gilchrist. A lot of buzz at the show. What are your favorite parts of the show so far? I mean, you've been to the NADA show dozens of times over the course of your career, but this one is special for you. So tell what's popped the most.
Well, what's popped the most is I finally put my tennis shoes on instead of wearing my good shoes because it's a little bit more comfortable.
You getting your 25,000 steps in
I think
today?
I am getting my 25 steps. And this show, I think, and all the ones that I've been at, the energy is just awesome. It's, I think people are enjoying. There's a lot of vendors and sponsors. And I think the other thing that's really stick out is just all the educational training that's going on for us to get better we do and to provide the customer experience.
Now, for a director to become an NADA chairman, there's kind of a path you go through and you lead different committees. You led the dealership operations committee for a couple of years. Tell us about that. Like, take us behind the curtain and talk about what NADA education is all about.
So it's awesome. And what the best part about it is there's always something from a low-end entry, service manager, parts manager, to take them to the next level, because you just never know if you have an employee that may become a manager and really truly start enjoying it. So what happens is when you get the younger generation in there was really nothing there for them to connect to the store. And so the dealer operations started the Next Gen program. The Next Gen program is to take of similar age and share their challenges and stuff they're having currently in their stores. And then from there, they can recognize the employees within those departments to enroll in a professional series, which is very affordable, and you can send as many employees as you want to service, parts, sales, and office. And it has grown leaps and bounds. So if you haven't looked at it, I would highly encourage you to do. The staff does a phenomenal job. And if you need a little bit more in touch is IDCs, which is in dealership consulting. So from there, they do a good job.
And there's literally something for everyone at the dealership. So entry level, middle career, you have professional series. Academy now has this whole series of online courses for when you're taking the step to becoming a general manager or sales manager, and then all the way up to, of course, 20 groups. So your speech yesterday, you talked about the two biggest priorities for the association in the current year, which are the FTC, the vehicle shopping rule, and the EPA. How much of your chairmanship next year, like how much of the oxygen is going to get sucked out of the room by those two issues?
Well, I'd say as my vice chairman, it sucked everything out of me. So, and it will probably continue on. Let's hope that the energy and the work that NADA staff is doing, it has been extremely tireless from everything that they've done on FTC, and I'm actually going to bring in the Ford too for their electrification program, which tied into the EVs. That it was really, they'd worked 3 months collaborating, talking to them. This was not something they kept in a vacuum. They really, truly did go outside the lines to really talk about them, that the OEMs are our partners and our relationships, and there's nothing more that we don't want to do is to damage that. But then it came to a point, even with the FTC, the current administration, and then it came to a point, which was in my 8 years as being a director, that we really decided to do something, and we drew a line. And that line was probably the right to do. Not everybody agreed with it. And when you spin the clock back and look where it happened, where the direction we're going with Ford, and the direction with the FTC, we're probably not going to get everything we want out of it. But I can remember when I ran for chair, and that was when you run for chair, you get questioned by the 65 director board that lasts generally about an hour, as you've experienced. And one of the directors asked the question, is there anything in the FTC rule that's good? And I'm thinking, okay, how are you going to answer this one? Just like even sitting up here. And I thought, generally, we're not going to get all we want, and so hopefully there's something good in that we can take out of it. But with time, we'll see as we continue going through the stay of see what changes we can make on it.
Now, on the EPA, you talked about the importance of going out and trying to bend the current administration's proposal to something that's actually workable for the industry? Because it looks like what they currently have on the table, no one thinks is going to work. So what are, tell us about what that's going to look like in your chairmanship. I mean, what are the next steps?
Wow, that's when you look at it today, and you look at CARB states and non-CARB states, and you get kind of I refer to it as the smile. So, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, which I'm in a CARB state and been dealing with it for the last 15 years. I think it's about 15. Yeah. And our state association decided that we did not want to become mandated, and California and Oregon did. What happened is people just went down to Oregon and bought them if they really wanted to. So in certain segments, it's going to work. I mean, in California, Oregon, and Washington, it is being adopted easier. But then when I go out to the states like Montana and the Dakotas, it's just not going to work. So we still have some challenges with the current administration to explain that. And I think the staff of NAD is doing an exceptional job. Jennifer Greenhor was here on Thursday and took a trip, or through our electrification. All those are important because of the diplomacy that we're using, that we do have a seat at the table and they're listening. So, and then with Mary Barr coming out yesterday and saying that hybrids are coming, that's a positive for the dealers. It's a positive for the consumers, for the affordability and moving the right direction and doing it not too far and not too fast.
That's very, very well put. It was interesting that she said on this stage that they are bullish on plug-in hybrids. We hadn't heard that before, so I guess the hope is that maybe they're taking that policy into a track that, one of the things we said, that Mike Stanton said in an op-ed that we ran in Automotive News, is that we can see a future where everything is plug-in hybrid, but we can't see a future where 70% of vehicles are battery electric. Too many hurdles.
So there was, I want to just a couple comments, and I had a real good friend of mine that goes over to the east part of the state, goes to football games, Varsity State Cougars, go Cougs, and he could not drive his car over there without spending 2 hours to charge back. So we went through the process, and he wanted hybrid, and you couldn't find one in the state of Washington. Yeah. But having the resources that being on the board and stuff, I know there's pockets across the nation. I just called the director in Oklahoma. Oh, we'll have one in 2 weeks for you, and we'll ship it to you. Because there's pockets today that they're just having a little problem with distributing in the areas where the market share justifies it.
Now, you've been an NADA director for 8 years. You come from kind of a state that punches above its weight, right? You have incredibly high PAC donations from your state. You have an enormous amount of engagement. What is different about Washington State? Like, what happened there? What sparked the incredible amount of engagement and activity among Washington State dealers?
Well, there's one gentleman that many of you may not know. His name was Bob Mallon, and he was a very good friend of mine. I was his pallbearer, and I carry this with me all the time. And he was probably one of the inspirations for me to even get into NADA. I think he was a director for 35 years. And he started it a long time ago about developing relationships. And our business, from customers to factory people to legislators, is about relationships. And our PAC for Washington State is so blue, and you got the red, but we do have 65 directors because they realize the importance of a developer relationship. And sometimes you may not like to write the check. You don't have to write the check. You need to write the dollar amount, and our ATA will write the person's name in for you, so it doesn't hurt as much. So, anyway.
But I mean, even beyond the PAC, there's just so much engagement from your members. It's a high, and when you first got involved in the association, was that Bob Mallon coming to you and saying, Gary, we need you to be more involved? Like, what did that look like?
Well, Bob didn't do it quite that nice, Jonathan. He actually came up to me and says, and actually it was Vicky, and I think it was president at the time of Washington State Auto Dealers, and Vicky comes up to me and he says, Gary, you would be the first president of Washington State Auto Dealers if you were not part of the President's Club. And so she shamed me into it. But it was the best thing happening because when you look at the big picture, and I don't want to sound, the mother's milk of politics is money. And that's how you build relationships. So, I got a quick story, and I'm looking out to my cohorts here with Brian and Chanda. And they know me pretty well that there was Patty Murray. And Patty Murray is very difficult to get in, third in their lineup. And she would never, ever see us. And so every year we go to her tennis shoe fundraiser, and we give money and stuff. And so during my presidency, what they gave me, and I'd always give her money, didn't really particularly care to, but I did. And for my presidency, they gave me a set of golden tennis shoes because it was a golden tennis shoes fundraiser. And I thought, you know what? The next day I went, I thought, you know, I'm going to wear these the gold tennis shoes. I stuck out like a sore thumb with black pants and stuff. And you know what? I went right to the front of the line. And since that day, we went back to the Washington Conference. The relationship changed. And when I went back there, I had another bet with another dealer, said that she's not going to come in. And she didn't. She came in late. And so that's the best $10 I've ever gotten because she remembers there's two things. Zach, which was her legislative aide, and the golden tennis shoes. And since that day, does she not? She comes in and she will sit down with us and visit it. So it is about relationships, and it is about having fun. And because if you think about it all day long, think of what they do. Everybody basically bitching them to them. Having fun, looking at them as human, develop a relationship, and I think you get into a different space with them.
That's very good. You're super passionate about unity within the industry. And one of the things that I know from just talking to you is the importance of NADA working well with the state associations. Of course, you know, Vicki, I mentioned the Washington State Auto Dealers Association, punches above her weight. She has a presence in the state legislature. But just talk about the importance of NADA directors and members of NADA being also engaged with their state association.
So I'm going to start out with my priorities for this year because they kind of align with that, with that question. And we have to stay with the alignment has to be with the OEMs, and the staff does a great job. The dealers do a great job of staying aligned and not getting ahead of the OEMs. It always looks today with the EVs that if we get ahead of them, they're the ones that are really in charge of how fast this goes. And we want to be at the table with them. So my first priority is to continually to work with the OEMs and we're not going to agree on anything, to develop that relationship. The second thing is to strengthen the dealer's involvement and engagement. Once again, relationships again. If we as dealers unify in the same message and understand it, relationships, trust, transparency, we have a better chance of coming together to knock out, not all of them, but some of the challenges we're going to have coming year. And the third one is kind of dear to my heart, and that's the strength, or the strength that the ATAs have of protecting the franchise system. And the one that I just added to it was the outreach from government overregulated. So those right there is going to keep us pretty busy. It takes us, the last one from ATAs and government regulations, if that can't unify us and align us going forward, is what my whole point was yesterday. We're better in unity, and we're better as a unity of mission of all of us coming together. Strength is better in numbers.
You prioritize this for the next year. Like, what are some of the practical steps that you're going to be taking? I know that it's oftentimes an NADA chair will actually go out into the field and meet with folks in person. Are you going to be doing that?
I actually started that a year ago. So one of the things I did after I was elected as vice chair was started talking to John Devlin, who is the ATA, my counterpart, ATA out of Pennsylvania to start lining up of making sure I had a relationship with him, understanding what our priorities that we want to go for, how we can collaborate together. And then I gave a talk, I gave a speech to him, I don't know, seems like a long time ago. It seems like I've been here a long time, on Tuesday or Monday, and just challenging them to think a little differently, because I'm going to take the approach, and as the NADA chairman, I am going to do things that matter to dealers. And what it means is that I don't want to see, when my chairman started the other day, and you heard this in my speech, in 6 months from now, I don't want somebody to say, that guy that didn't do anything. So there are certain things today that I uncovered on the ATAs that they may not have liked a little bit, but it's given us the opportunity to talk. Because I don't want 6 months saying, I didn't do anything about that. So we're just continuing to keep pulling back some stuff, having some good, honest dialogue, and I think we're heading in the right direction.
So for a dealer who's interested in getting engaged and getting involved, Glenn Mercer, the auto industry analyst, he says that a dealership is the most complicated small business in the world. You have sales, you have pre-owned, you have service, you have F&I, you have all these different, almost unrelated businesses under the same roof. Really complex to manage, working 50, 60 hours a week. Like, what does it look like? Like, what is the practical step that a dealer who wants to get engaged with their state association? Like, what's the time commitment? Your son in your video yesterday said, I don't know how Gary does all this, but is it true? Can you get involved with like 1 or 3 or 5 hours a month? Or like, what can it look like?
That's a simple answer. No.
At your level, no, but to take the first step in engagement at a state association level, to show up at the state legislature fly-in, like that kind of thing, what does that look like?
So I'm going to just go back, if I can, to when I got in the business. It is about a passion and intent. If you really, truly love what you're doing, you're going to keep going, and you're going to keep going, and you're going to keep going. So if you really don't love something, you're just going to kind of step it off the side, maybe have somebody else do it. That's not the course I took. The course I took, which is interesting, is that when I went to college, I got a degree in biology. I wanted to be a veterinarian. I don't want to go in the car business. I want anything to do with it. My dad and I, he didn't pay enough, and I wanted to go. But after I met, as you heard, my wife, and we got married, and I wasn't going to go to school anymore, so it was time to buckle down and get a job. So one of my dads said, here, why don't you go talk to this guy? And I did, and he said, why don't you just go back and get a job there? I said, okay. And I'm really condensing this. And I didn't have any experience in the stores to really talk to the staff or the office or service. So what I did was, I thought, you know what? When you're the owner's kid, you're always looked at differently. But when you're representing your customers, you're not. And so what I did is, I was always the eyes of the customer, so when I wanted to learn something about the parts department, nothing ever stops you if you're there to try and help a customer and understand what they're going through, or the pitfalls you may have in your store. And if you do that for 7 years, you're gonna number one, you're gonna upset your managers because you're getting into their space. But I didn't care, because I wanted to learn of the steps of it was frustrating to the customer, and it was really eye-opening for me, and then went into other things and so forth. So,
very good. Now, you're a General Motors multi-line dealer, Buick, Chevrolet. Mary Barra made news earlier this week. We talked about this a little bit, but they're going to get back into the plug-in hybrid business. Of course, they kind of led the market with plug-in hybrids in the Volt 15 years ago. I've heard in a lot of the ZEV states that it's actually just very difficult to even get a plug-in hybrid. So I have to imagine this is good news for.
Oh, so actually, yeah, it was good news, because I met with them yesterday. And Rory Harvey, we're sitting there, and Marissa West, the new president of GM, came in. And of course, we're all, as dealers, we want to know, we don't want it tomorrow. We want it now. So, of course, he would not give us anything. So I just asked him, I says, well, I'm sure we can count on something by tomorrow. And he looks at me and goes, no, it's not tomorrow. So the whole idea is they're coming from China. So it'll be interesting to see how long that takes for that to come to China, because that technology is already there. It's just building them and bringing them here, because some of the stuff that they're facing today is being challenged in China today. So there may be some extra supply. I think they're still trying to figure out their supply chain of how that can get over.
NADA President and CEO Mike Stanton, he's been in 3 years, I think, as CEO. You have a great relationship with him. Talk about what it's going to be like to work with Mike over the next year.
Well, first thing, I'm going to move to the East Coast because Mike always calls about 5 when it's 8 o'clock his time. So it's unfair for that, coming from Washington State. He is a fabulous leader, absolutely fabulous. Fabulous staff with Jonathan, the executive team. We're in good hands. We're in great hands. I just don't want to mess it up. I just want to be a partner for him. And I can't say enough about it. That was one of the things that probably led me to even doing what I'm doing, because when I signed up for NADA, I was on the last legs of my executive committeeship of Washington State Auto Dealers. And I'm talking to my ATA, and she says, well, I'd like to keep you around. I said, well, that's kind of strange. But anyway, and the only way I can do is to stay on the executive committee. So I ran for the director of Washington State and got elected. And it's the personnel, it's the dealers, it's the collaborations, the relationships, all the things that I'm talking about, the engagement, the commitment. It's the island where everything starts, and it's just broadening from there. And it all starts from the top. And they do an absolute fabulous job for the defense of franchisee system across the nation.
So you live in Tacoma.
Yep.
The flight from SeaTac Airport to Washington Dulles is about 6 hours going the other way. So you're actually going to be spending a lot of time in Washington, D.C., almost as a quasi-resident.
So well, it's two things. Yes, I am. And one of the driving factors was I really ran out of movies going back and forth. So it was time to now think about, my wife was a history teacher, and we have 4 grandkids. We already brought one of them back, and she's taking them to all the stuff. So we got 3 more. So we're moving back December 23rd. They rented a condo, which actually turns out to be more economical, flying me back and forth and having a hotel. So I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. Number 1 is I'll be on their time. And number 2, it's an adventure. And number 3, I think I can just get more accomplished if I'm in that area.
Gwen is great. I've spent time with her and with you, of course. What is her history? Is she looking for the Civil War stuff, or like what is she most interested in learning about?
So what we've done since I became vice chair was we'll come back. Generally, she comes with you. We've gone to Monticello. We'll go off for the weekends and get a BB, stay the night, come back into Tyson's, and then do my thing. And she's already gone to the I Spy, the African. I mean, she's taken them to all the things. And I'll tell you, for us and my granddaughter, it's a moment that became a memory that she'll remember forever. So we're kind of changing this, that they'll never get this opportunity again.
Very, very great. Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Everyone, Chairman Gilchrist, let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
Welcome to the new era of entertainment. Powered by a community of over 1 billion people globally, engaging with an entire movie's worth of content every single day. That's 1 billion people with the opportunity to go from FOMO to showing the world who they really are. TikTok is where real makes its way onto red carpets and runways. Here, everyday people are creating and sharing the moments that drive culture. This is a global community of creators redefining, reimagining, and remixing entertaining content as we know it, only on TikTok.
All right, well, what a fantastic outlook for NADA in 2024. I'd like to thank Jonathan and Chairman Gilchrist again for that great outlook. And we're going to continue in that same direction and looking forward. Next up, we're going to have a 2024 outlook from ATD. So I'd like to welcome up Laura Perota, the ATD president, and joining her is Scott Pearson, ATD chairman. Let's both give them both a round of applause. Thank you. Stage is yours. Enjoy.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, so we're jumping right in. Excuse me. So thank you for having us today. We appreciate the opportunity to talk here in the NADA Hall a little bit more about the American Truck Dealer Association and how we fit into the entirety of the NADA. We were actually founded as a part of the NADA in 1970, I think is when we began. What you see on the screen is the group of our line representatives. So we're elected a little bit differently than the board of directors for the NADA. Our line representatives each represent a major OEM. They're entitled to 1 seat on our line representative board. We just added this past year an additional 4 seats. We added the Chevrolet medium-duty brand, the Ram brand, Hino, and then also Western Star as kind of a subset of the Daimler group that included Freightliner. So we felt like we needed representation that gives us a much louder voice in the industry, which we think is a tremendous thing to have. What you see here is our entire group. We do have a vacant seat right now on the Hino line representative as our most recent representative sold his business. Congratulations to him. And now we'll be soliciting for a new Hino member. Oh my gosh, Laura, that's us. Laura came to my dealership. One of the things that we do in the ATD particularly is a lot of outreach. We want to be in the field. We want to be with the dealer body. We want to make sure they understand, what we do and how the ATD supports them. Laura makes these trips quite often. She was at our dealership earlier this year. What you see on the other side of the slide is the Peterbilt headquarters in Denton, Texas. This happened to be during the trip when we also went to Texas to present the Dealer Attitude Survey to the OEM. One of the very important things we do is to make sure that our dealer body is voicing their opinion in these Dealer Attitude Surveys, and then we present those in depth, 3 or 4 hour meeting with the OEMs to help them understand the needs, the direction, the feelings, the observations that all the dealers have as a group compared to the rest of the industry. And often it's quite eye-opening and gives them a good opportunity to ask questions. We have representatives not only from the ATD there, but also the Dealer Council. Any members can join in either live or via Zoom or Teams type call to help participate in that. And this happened to be the meeting we did,
October?
Yeah, I was going to say 3 or 4 months. Time flies, but yeah.
We did a plant tour too, which was a great opportunity to go in and meet the employees and walk through it. And they have over 200 different shades of white at Peterbilt. Unbelievable. How is that even possible?
Yeah. Sometimes at the plant it's not possible. But yes, just for information, I actually used to work here. I worked in that very same building. I was a 17-year member of the OEM side before I became a dealer. So it was kind of a little bit of a homecoming to go back and see some of the folks and also understand more about the plant. But honestly, what was the best part of the trip? The barbecue, right?
Oh, yes. What was that place called? It was so amazing.
A little plug for Rudy's Barbecue right there in Denton, Texas. So lots and lots of challenges. We're no different than the car dealers. I listened to Gary Gilchrist a minute ago talk about challenges, the Federal Trade Commission and EPA regulations and CARB regulations that are facing his side of the industry, the car side. We're not much different. On our side, obviously, with trucking, we had tremendous supply chain issues. We were on an allocation-based system for the last 2 or 3 years because of supply chain and the inability to get enough components and parts to build the trucks that were required. That faced every OEM, every dealer. We all were impacted by that. Those are important things for us to understand and relate back to the manufacturer as the ATD, working together to understand how we can improve on that and not have such a painful situation as we had the last couple of years. Like all dealers, we face personnel issues. I think I sat in the NADA board meeting the other day, and someone asked, raise your hand if you'd hire a technician today, and every hand went up. I mean, we're exactly the same. We want those same technicians, heavy truck technician today, very, very specialized. He's as much an electronics expert as he is a nut and bolt expert. It's an entirely different process today and takes great students coming out of technical colleges to understand the difference between working on a farm tractor and working on one of today's big rigs, which are heavily computerized. I'm going to jump to consolidation as the next issue that we face on our side, and I know the car side has seen that as well, but on our side there are fewer dealers to start with, and they're being consolidated. So now you have one headquarters that's consolidated these rooftops, and sometimes that loses your voice in that remote city or that remote state with the legislatures because you're no longer a local representative representing a local dealership. Now you're part of a chain. And so one of our objectives is to make sure all those rooftops are accounted for in the American Truck Dealers Association. We want to make sure everybody has a voice. And so consolidation is something that we're focused heavily on and making sure that we continue to keep those people involved despite the fact they may have sold their business into a bigger chain. And the last one I'm going to go to is electrification. We heard some discussion about that earlier as well from Gary. Electrification in the heavy truck business today is we hear issues with the car side, multiply them by 100 if you want to talk about heavy trucks. The range is less, the batteries are bigger, the weight is more, the ability for it to perform something with a return on investment is less. It's a very difficult sell in the commercial space today. Not only that, the infrastructure associated with it. One of the examples I heard was a very large national fleet was getting ready to build a new facility, and it was going to be a facility that could handle a couple hundred trucks a day, and he wanted to put in 50 chargers to be prepared, for the future. And he said, let's go ahead and start this today. Well, the local community turned down his permit request. He went back to the local community and said, no, we're doing this for the future. This is the direction of the industry. This is where we're being mandated to go. And the local community said, well, what you've requested to charge the electrical output that you would require is more than the entire community absorbs in a day today. So no, your permit is denied. So those are the things that we face. And it's a very difficult regulatory environment, and I'm going to turn it over to Laura now to talk a little bit more about that.
Thanks, Scott. So here are some of our top legislative issues and regulatory issues that we're facing. And we're very lucky to be part of NADA, so we get to tap into their fantastic lobbying team. I used to be a member of the lobbying team. I was a full-time lobbyist for a while, so all of this is near and dear to my heart. But to piggyback on what Scott was saying, the very top thing that we're dealing with the most right now is the emissions issues. From the EPA, we have two rules that are coming into effect in 2027. One is the NOx rule, the EPA NOx rule, and then the other one is this new Phase 3 greenhouse gas rule, which will mandate a certain amount of electric trucks in the marketplace. And that rule hasn't been finalized yet. The EPA is still working on it, should be finalized in March. But these are really aggressive targets that the EPA is putting out, and it's going to be extremely difficult for the trucking industry to meet them. Just because, if you push it too far too fast, you have to make sure the market's there to actually purchase these products. And the costs for the electric trucks are extremely high in comparison to a diesel. Just for example, Class 8 truck might be $180,000 diesel, but a Class 8 electric can be upwards of $400,000. So it's quite a difference. So we really have a lot of work to educate folks on how this is going to impact our truck dealers, our small businesses across the country. We represent 3,200 medium and heavy duty dealers across the country. So that's a lot of folks that are little small businesses. Some, as Scott said, are quite large, but we really need to tell their story. We've been trying to push, too, for FET repeal for a while. There's a federal excise tax on new trucks. It's 12%. Goes into the Highway Trust Fund to fund our roadways. But
it's only been around since World War I.
Yes, 1917. It was created to actually help pay for World War I. I think we've paid for it many times over. So we've been trying to make the case that government, do you want cleaner trucks on the road, or do you want your 12% FET? Because it doesn't really make any sense to mandate all these technologies, push for all these targets, and then turn around and put a sin tax on a purchase of a new truck. It just doesn't make any sense at all. So we've been pushing for that. Also, right to repair.
I might give an example on the FET. Yeah. And, there are incentives, there are government incentives in the infrastructure bill to purchase a Class 8 or a heavy-duty vehicle that would be applicable to an FET charge. The incentive is less than the FET tax that they charge, the upcharge on the truck. So just to put it in perspective, it is a very onerous tax that the owners have to pay. As dealers, we pass it through, but it prohibits people, or it causes them to have second thoughts about adding newer and cleaner equipment because of the expense with an extra 12% on top.
Absolutely. Good point. Right to repair, another issue that we've been dealing with on Capitol Hill. It's getting a little movement in the House, so it's something, unfortunately, what the legislation would do would allow unfettered access to this vehicle's data, which we find extremely troubling. These can be large trucks, maybe carrying hazardous material. You want to have unfettered access to the vehicle data. A little scary from our perspective. And then also catalytic converter theft on the medium-duty vehicles. It's really rampant. The thieves go into the lot, chop off with a saw the catalytic converter, and they want the precious metals in them in the black market. So it's very unfortunate, but it's something that's getting a little traction. It has a lot of bipartisan support. So here's some of our team, including Scott, at the EPA. We were meeting with the EPA on the NOx rule. And we are constantly meeting with the EPA. We want to make sure that they hear the voice of the dealers, that they hear the stories, and just make sure that they understand a little bit more about the businesses they're regulating. Because it's really easy to make up these targets and goals when you're sitting in a cubicle in Washington, D.C., and it's something else when you actually hear the stories of the dealers and the people they employ. We also actually brought the EPA out in May to one of our dealers at Tri-County International in Michigan. So we brought the EPA and several of their staff, the main guy writing the current greenhouse gas rule. We spent 3 hours with them, walking them through the dealership. That's an electric truck right there, an International. And so we got to show them, the batteries and how many batteries you need for any range. This particular vehicle had 6 batteries underneath the vehicle, and they all sync in this vehicle. So if one battery goes down, you have to replace all of them. The cost per battery is $20,000. So that's $120,000 in battery cost if one of the batteries needs to be replaced. So they just don't know these stories, and we need to share this information with them. And we're not anti-EV. I mean, hey, the dealers will sell anything that the customers want, but we also can't have targets that are so fast that the market's not there yet. We have to make sure that it comes in a good way.
which is the reason we do this, engage with Congress. It's probably one of the most important things that we accomplish during the year are those opportunities to get in front of our congressional leaders, the lawmakers, the people from our home districts who, we have to help them. We have to train them. I would say that probably every member of Congress has purchased an automobile, but I know of only one who happens to be my congressman from my district, who I'm standing there with kind of in the middle, Mr. Collins, Congressman Collins. He actually owns a trucking company. He gets it, but none of the other members that he works with do, and he has lots of great conversations with them, and we help propel those conversations as well, trying to make them informed about the regulations and how some of these ideological regulations just don't work in the commercial space yet today. It's not to say that electrification doesn't have its place in our business in the commercial side. If you think of the enormity of the truck industry, it probably has a spot down here that makes sense, and we need to be prepared, and we need to propel the technology and continue to improvement. But we've got to get in front and engage with our congressional leaders to make sure that they don't push a mandate that we get to that technology, but rather let technology catch up with what can be done.
Okay, and this is, we have our ATD Legislative Fly-In, which takes place in June. It's a great event. We get all our dealers there. We take them up to Capitol Hill. Last year we had about 100 meetings on Capitol Hill over a couple days. We also bring our state Automotive Trade Association executives. They represent the truck dealers too, so they come and help guide the dealers around the Hill. We have great speakers. Last year we did have Congressman Collins to come and join us. That's why he was in that picture. And it's a really great event that lets our dealers have their voice heard and push for the things that are most important to our folks back home on the ground. The dealers have such a grassroots presence. We are so lucky. We can open doors because they're such big employers paying really good jobs. And, the members of Congress listen. They really do. They care, and they know how many lives our dealers touch.
Looking at this slide, I've been to, I think, 4 fly-ins now, between the ATD one that we do, as well as joining in on the NADA September fly-in. Probably the most rewarding thing I do. I mean, it just, you feel like you're a part of America at that time, and you're trying to help make a difference. It's interesting to see how young some of the staffers are. When you go to Washington, you think of these old curmudgeon politicians. Well, they got staff that look like they just graduated high school, to me, and I'm a curmudgeon too. But they run the business there. They run the business part of it. They don't make the laws, but they're the people you have to convince and help them understand so they can have those great conversations closed door with their lawmakers and help them understand as well. So a lot of times we just spend a lot of time, working with the staff members, making sure they understand the depth of our issues and how it impacts the constituents back home, because the 10 minutes you get with a lawmaker may not be enough time for that feeling and that emotion to take place. But if you can convince that staff member, do that lobbying work, which I know Laura and her team do all day long, it does make a difference. And that's a very rewarding thing to do.
That's funny you mentioned that, Scott, about how young the Hill staff are. Most people are so shocked when they go into a Hill office and see that. I was one of those staffers. I worked on Capitol Hill.
You still look young, though, Laura.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm not so young anymore. But when right out of college, I went to Capitol Hill and worked for my congressman from upstate New York. The average age of the Hill staffers, they do a lot of surveys on this, is about 25 years old. So it is really interesting. I think this is you.
Let's see. Was this mine or yours? Okay. So let's see. Don't remember these.
I can talk to it.
Jump in.
Just want to flag. We have the ATD Academy, much like the NADA Academy, and it is fantastic. It really helps our dealers train to be, the best. They're in there with other folks from across the country. It's really intensive. They fly to DC, once a month and go through this class that's a week long. They have to step away from their businesses, and it's just a really impactful process for folks, and they just walk away having a whole nother appreciation for the association and everything we do. So we have a lot of classes. Now we just added another class. We added an online ATD class for Academy too. So it's growing and it's thriving. And if you ever need more information about our NADA or ATD Academy, we have a whole great brochure online.
So obviously I do better with pictures than I do with words, but just continuing that thought, my son just graduated from the ATD Academy. It was a pretty interesting course for him. He didn't know what to expect, and like Laura said, it's 6-week periods, 1 week at a time through the course of a year that he spent there. And then you've got about a 6-week interval in between to kind of come home, catch up, do homework, then get back to business, doing the work in your office and whatnot, but then getting prepared for the next class and the homework that's coming. It is a tremendous experience. He learned so much. He matured during the process as well. It's just that the interaction between the other members of the dealer networks that he got to see and visit with. Some of our people who have a consolidated group who actually compete with us in our local town. He got to meet the leaders of that organization. So now we've got not just an education going on, but relationship going on, which is key in any kind of a dealership environment. And so, yes, thank you for getting past words into pictures. So that made a lot of sense. Now I get this one too, because I'm also a member of a 20 group. I've been a member of the Peterbilt 20 group since 2008, I think is when I joined. That's about 15 years. I'm still on 10, not quite to have tenure yet. I'm still one of the younger guys. That group has been around for 30 or 40 years. It's into multi-generations of families who have been in this particular 20 group. That 20 group is so instrumental in the success that I personally had leaving the OEM side and coming into the dealer side of the business. It taught me more about running a Peterbilt truck business than I could have ever learned anywhere else. I know early on our group goes to some nice places and the expense is a little bit heavy sometimes, and I had to choke on that, but I talked to a couple of members of our 20 group and they said, look, Scott, if you don't take home enough ideas to pay for what your hotel room cost you 5 times over, he goes, you're not paying attention. And that's exactly what you get out of a 20 group, is great information, benchmarks on how others see their business doing, and learning what they do to achieve those targets and goals. And those are things you set up for yourself. Why aspire to be average? Why not aspire to be the best guy in your 20 group and learn how to do that from the best? And that's what we've done. Now, we have a 20 group. There's also all the OEs have 20 groups. There's now also a controllers 20 group, which I put my controller in, and she works cross-functionally with other OEs. So it's a multi-brand 20 group there, and she's learning a lot from that as well.
I just wanted to add on the 20 group front, I had the pleasure of going to speak to one of the Volvo 20 groups last year, and you know what I was most impressed about was actually the camaraderie of these dealers. They spend so much time together over the years, sharing, learning from each other. It was like a room full of family. And it was just so impactful to me. I felt like I was kind of intruding. They were that close, but it was really amazing. So I can't say enough great stuff about these opportunities.
They don't hesitate to tell you when you're not doing it well either, at all.
I bet.
In fact, I remember early on when I first joined, about 15, 16 years ago, the business was not doing well. They decided to shelve the agenda for the day, and they focused only on my dealership, trying to tell me how I needed to do a better job in every department. One of those wire brushing sessions that helps you along the way.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, it was very.
Okay, here are some of our ATD resources. Just wanted to share. Our website is just chock full of things if you want to learn more about ATD. One of my favorite things is our truck retailing by state. The data is just wonderful when you want to go up to Capitol Hill and talk about what's the presence of the truck dealers in Texas, or what's the presence of the truck dealers in California, to show how many employees, what's the tax revenue, how many rooftops, these numbers that just really make an impact when you're going in and trying to influence folks. Also, our ATD Insider is free. You can sign up. It's our weekly newsletter that comes out every Wednesday and just gives you a little taste for the issues that are facing the truck dealers, the top news stories. We started a new member spotlight where we highlight our members who maybe have, acquired a new location, opened a new rooftop, or even if they're doing, philanthropic things, because I don't think you could possibly spend enough time on what the dealers do for their local communities. A lot of folks do think maybe a little bit more of that of the auto dealers because they're just more of them. Truck dealers are doing exactly the same thing. It's just amazing, that what they do for their communities is just mind-boggling. I don't know if you have any thoughts on any of these resources you want to share.
Yeah, I see down there ATD Next Gen. I don't know if that's on the next slide as well, but the Next Gen, that's for a long time I took that the wrong way. I thought it had to be, a dealer's son or a dealer's daughter or a brother-in-law or someone, the next generation within a family business. Because a lot of truck dealers started and still are family businesses, but it's not. It's about the next generation of leader in your business. And that's what we're trying to make sure people understand today is you've got to get folks involved today, engaged in what ATD is doing, maybe not necessarily at a line representative level, but sign up and be involved and engaged to understand how the ATD is helping propel the entire industry. And that's what Next Gen is about. And we've developed a great program, over 100 now, right? It had a tremendous boost this year. They added a steering committee. So now they've got an agenda that they follow through. They meet 3 times a year, twice virtually, and then I think one time they try to meet in person as well. And they're really engaged. And I think it's been great to see that begin to take off. And that's going to develop then, for our benefit, the next line reps. There are people there that want to step up and help advocate, for the dealer and the industry.
Actually, Scott, that just happened. Our immediate past chairman for the ATD Next Gen, Corey Neal from the Maryland, he has stores in Maryland and Virginia. He was our leader for Next Gen, and he just actually got elected as the international line rep. So it was amazing to have this young person who is such a business leader and now be able to step in that role to represent so many dealers across the country for a 3-year term is pretty exciting. So member engagement, and I know Scott touched on this earlier. Gosh, this is so important to us. It's the way we need to get the people at the dealership involved. I'm here with Ron Meyering at one of his locations in Michigan. He's a very big dealer. I think he has probably 23 rooftops. And, we just sat down, we had dinner. I went through his dealership, met his employees, getting to know them firsthand and finding out what their challenges are and how we can be most helpful. It's so important. So we're always there to help the dealers as much as we possibly can.
I think, that's one of the key points in the platform I've got this coming 2 years. We're a little slower than Gary. It takes me 2 years to accomplish what Gary's going to get done in a year. But so I have this chairmanship for 2 years. But membership is one of the platforms that I really want to focus on. I want to make sure that we grow and continue to get representation of 95, 96% of all the rooftops out there. Because to me, it makes so much of an impact. And I've seen it on congressional leaders' face when you sit down in front of them and say, I'm with the American Truck Dealers Association. We represent 95% of all truck dealer rooftops. I'm their voice here today. That's how impactful it can be. So getting them, signed up, engaged, and part of the membership is fantastic. And Laura has done just a tremendous job of that by going out and meeting with folks, much like she came down to visit with us. And you're always on the road somewhere meeting with a truck dealer. And so I'd encourage anyone that's either here or listening to our presentation, go visit your truck dealer if you have a chance. They'd welcome you to come in. We love showing what we do. We love getting people up in a truck who have never been in a truck to sit in it and understand the difference between it and a car. We actually have a fairly yard at our headquarter location, about a 25-acre facility. Laura's coming back down later in March. We're going to get her up in a truck and drive her around, let her drive it around and see how it goes. So Truck dealers enjoy that. We love what we do. We're passionate about the truck piece of this whole transportation industry. So we love to be engaged.
I know we're running out of time, but I just have to say one of my favorite things to do in the world is to drive a truck. And I've actually done it multiple times, and I don't have my CDL, but I do it on test tracks and in very big parking lots where I won't hurt anyone, which is a good thing. But no, it's thrilling. If you ever get the opportunity to drive a Class 8, do it. Eaton, I can't say enough about Eaton, has this test track, and they let you drive around. Like I drove an International, then a Mack, and then a Kenworth back-to-back. Kenworth fully loaded, and it is amazing.
Always a career for you out there, Laura. We spoke about next gen. I think I may have gotten ahead of myself on that when I saw that bullet on the slide, but again, it's so important. And I know I've got now 3 people signed up for next gen in my organization, so we want to continue to see more of that with all the dealers.
Yeah, this is a picture from our fly-in last year. We had Congressman Yakam from Indiana. He's in the middle, a younger member of Congress, come and speak to our group, just trying to energize folks and talk about what it's like to be a newer, younger member of Congress on Capitol Hill. This man is so savvy. I sat down with him in his office before he came to visit us, and he just knows his issues like no other. So there are some really good young leaders in Congress, so have faith. I know sometimes you just read the bad things, right? And I'll just say, too, we have our ATD show. We had our ATD show here in Las Vegas over at the Wynn the last few days. It was amazing, really great turnout, wonderful speakers. Our next show is in New Orleans in 2025. So if you want to learn more about ATD and what we do, we'd welcome you. We'd love to have you. And then here's our contact for our office. So if you need any of us, reach out anytime. And thanks for doing this today, Scott, really.
Anytime, Laura. Love doing it with you, and we appreciate everybody's attention today, and thank you very much for listening to what the American Truck Dealers Association does.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Brian Wayne.
And I'm Michelle Blakely. We're thrilled to extend a personal invitation to all of you to our NADA live stage presentation, Attracting Customers, the Battle of EV and ICE.
We'll be delving into topics such as covering consumer expectations, branding, and tailored communications for both EV and ICE consumers.
Plus, discover strategies to drive more revenue to your dealership. I promise you it's a session you won't want to miss.
We hope to see you there.
All right, so great look forwards both from NADA and the American Truck Dealers Association. It's exciting. Looking forward to 2025 New Orleans, right? I'm super excited for that. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on as well. But right now, we want to take a little bit of a look back to yesterday. If you were here yesterday for the pitch competition, we talked about philanthropy. And from that, we had a winner in that philanthropy department. But we also had 3 individuals who we thought stood out, and we wanted to hear more from them. So we're going to take some time to get into that and have a great conversation about how dealers are giving back in their local community. And to help me with that conversation, we're actually like to welcome up from Ryder Dealerships. Actually, it's Richard Harris, but standing in for him, I have Summer Seller. So Summer, come on up here. And then I also have with Kelly Buick, I have Mark Rask. And with Young Subaru, I have Tammy Olson. So let's give them all a round of applause. All right. Well, first off, welcome to each of you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And congratulations again. I know you all competed yesterday, and what you're doing already makes you a winner, obviously, within the community that you serve. So we thank you for that, and I want to congratulate you on all the efforts that you make. What I'd like you to do is just take a little bit of time individually to refresh us all about who you are, what activities you do in the community, and kind of get everyone that maybe wasn't here yesterday just up to speed on the efforts that you do in the community. And we'll start here and come back this way.
Thanks. Hey, I'm Tammy Olson, the director of Young Caring for Our Young, which is the nonprofit arm of the Young Automotive Group. I'm representing Subaru today, which is one of our most prolific philanthropic dealerships in our group. We have 29 dealerships. Subaru is really just a prime example of how to give back to the community. They've actively engaged in over 50 events last year. But one of the things that's been the most significant thing that we've embarked upon in the last couple of years, it's called the Kind Fund. We started it in February of 2022, and it stands for Kids in Need. And the objective behind the Kind Fund is to be a resource for educators who identify children in their community or in their school that are in need of school clothing. They submit a request to us, and then we match that request with a volunteer, give them a $150 gift card. The volunteer shops for the clothes, delivers it back to the educator, who then in turn gives it to the child. And since starting that program, we've actually served 3,400 children and raised over $500, almost $600,000 for the cause. The powerful thing in that is that educators know, they see the children that need the help, and we eliminate that barrier to learning. Our philosophy is kids in school, if they're hungry, if they're not clothed, if they don't have adequate supplies, they struggle to learn. And so the objective is just to help our community thrive. And Subaru has been a huge partner in that, where they've done, they've shopped for 54 kids at our homeless shelter just up the street the week before school started. They will do it as a team building event where they get together and 20 employees will go and shop for 20 kids. So it's really a powerful, impactful experience. And the great news is we just launched our app for that on February 1st. So you can download it from the Google Play Store or the App Store. It's called the Kind Fund, the big heart emoji that says be kind. So that'll revolutionize the way we serve kids. Educators can communicate with us through the app. Volunteers can sign up through the app. But we'd love to be able to take this on a larger scale. But like I say, 3,400 kids have been served already, and Subaru has been a critical player in that process. So good
That's
stuff.
Wonderful. That's awesome. That's so awesome. That's wonderful.
Thanks.
And then for you?
My name is Mark Rask. I'm with Kelly Buick GMC. We're located in Central Florida. I'm the marketing director for the group. And what we pitched in our competition yesterday, and the ideas that we brought up here, was we do something called a 20-buck truck. And about 8 years ago, we had discussed the fact that we've just been writing checks to the community, which we still want to do, but we wanted to get the community involved with our dealership more. And we use that money and that fund to support kids in our youth and agriculture in our area there. We give it back to all the local 4-H clubs. We give back to the FFA, which is Future Farmers of America, that type of thing. And it's just become a real big staple there. And then also the kids will actually have us bring the truck to different organizations or things that they have going on, and we sell tickets to it for $20 a piece, and somebody's going to win it with a ticket on October 12th every year, which is National Farmers Day, which is the day we give it away. Last year we raised $109,000, $20 at a time with that truck. So all that goes back to the kids. They get it in all kinds of different ways, but every bit of that does. And we actually end up buying the truck ourselves, and give it away as well. So,
that's phenomenal.
Give that money away as well. We've done this for 8 years now, and it's been very successful. It's all over the county. People see it all over. We wrap it. We have sponsors that help us upfit it. They get involved. I also work with each of our I'm the advertising person at the dealership, so I'll work with the advertisers, and they partner with me on advertising it. They throw in some free advertising to help with it, that type of thing. Once again, we get sponsors like Cat Skin Leather. They do the leather kits for us for the truck that we give away. That's a picture of it right there, the one we gave away last year. Then we have our local sheriff who comes in on October 12th and pulls the ticket, and we give the thing away every year. It works out really good for us. And
keep the ticket legal with the sheriff, right? Nobody better than the sheriff to pull the ticket.
He did a commercial for me last year, and he said he said, folks, this is the only legal way you can the only way you can legally buy a truck for $20.
I love that.
He did that on a commercial, and he's a big supporter of it. And there's one of the youth fairs that we support with it. So these kids, it's amazing the responsibility that they learn through this agricultural stuff. I mean, I was at the youth fair in Polk County last 2-3 weeks ago. I talked to a little 9-year-old young lady, and she gets up at 4:30 every morning to feed her cow.
Wow.
I mean, and then she knows she has a book with a log that shows exactly how much she spent on it the whole time. So when she takes it to market, she knows all the way to how much per pound she needs to make to break even on it.
Wow.
I mean, so it teaches them a huge amount of responsibility that being in an FFA and 4-H club as well. I mean, it was just amazing. I get a little passionate about it, but we coined it as a $20 truck. Everybody around the county knows what it is. I mean, it's kind of crazy actually the way it's grown, but I'm sitting there the other day in the store, and people walk in. I'm here to service my car with you because of what you do for the kids in our community. Or I'll be sitting there talking to somebody in the finance office, and that'll come up. One of the judges yesterday asked me, he said, what do the employees get back from this? Well, the employees get, number one, they like to be empowered and help. So they're part of that community effort with that, and they're very, very proud of it. So it helps us retain employees, helps us recruit employees. But also they benefit of it because people come in service and sell and buy cars from us because of it.
Awesome. So win-win for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's great. Summer?
Good morning. I'm Summer Sellers, and I work for Cuneo Advertising in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And we're the agency for White Bear Mitsubishi. So Richard was up yesterday from White Bear Mitsubishi. And we also work with Newgate School, and so we put Richard in touch with Newgate School, which is a nonprofit in the Twin Cities. They help underserved young adults. They bring them into the school and teach them either automotive mechanics or automotive body work. So people from the community donate their vehicles to Newgate School. The students go to school for free, fix the vehicles, learn how to fix the vehicles, and then they sell the vehicles at auction. All the money goes back to the school. So Richard learned about that, and Newgate gives away a car every month to a single working mom. And he was the son of a single working dad as he grew up, and so he partnered with Newgate and started giving away a car a month from the dealership. So now Newgate and White Bear Mitsubishi were giving 2 cars away, and typical Richard, he did that like 3 times, and all of a sudden it was Christmas time, and we had to give 12 moms of Christmas. So now we do 12 moms in December. So Newgate selects the moms. We get about 100 applicants. A month, a year. I'm not really sure. It's a lot of applicants that these single working moms. And they vet them. They talk to them. She's got to be, really in need. She's got to have children. She's got to have a job or be going to school. and all different other criteria. So anyway, we select 12 moms, and then Richard pulled in a couple of other dealerships from the Rydell Group. I think there are 6 altogether, and that's how we get the 12 cars. And everybody comes together on one day, and the moms come, and before the day of giveaway, we stuff the cars with presents for all the kids and presents for the moms, and the community comes together and gives gift certificates to the zoo and to the Mall of America, the rides inside Nickelodeon Universe and Science Museum and all those things. We give the moms cash that we raise. Our DJs, our endorsers, our influencers all help and spread the word, and it's really fun. One of my favorite stories, the one that keeps us going year after year with this, is our first year we had a mom, and she told her son she couldn't afford to buy presents from herself and from Santa. And so she told her son, he was 9, and she thought, it's probably time he knows that there's no Santa Claus. Don't tell anybody. So she told him, Santa's not coming this year. And he sort of, fought back, like, Santa's real, Mom. And she's like, Santa's not coming this year. And he said, yes, he is. He's real. And she said, if I get an instant pot for Christmas, then Santa's real. Well, then she was selected to be one of the 12 moms of Christmas, and she popped open her trunk, and there was an Instant Pot in the trunk, and the little boy just shrieked out, "Santa's real!" It was really, really touching. We're all crying. It's a really emotional day. But yeah, it's just, it's wonderful.
That's so awesome. And I hope everyone out there kind of followed along, because one of the things that I love that each of you kind of mentioned individually about what you do is you identify the need in your community. So it wasn't like just coming up and saying, hey, this is what we're going to do and hopefully it works. It was really identifying each individual need, because if you all were to switch spots, what you're doing in your individual community wouldn't necessarily work in the other community. And so I think that's the first thing for anyone that's listening and watching out there that's thinking about, like, hey, what can we do? How can we, give back or create that change? And it just starts with saying, like, this is what our community needs. And really, in order to do that, you have to be in tune with the community in order to have that idea of, like, okay, this is what my community needs. Because sometimes we see charities all day long, but it doesn't necessarily hit home as much as these individual efforts are doing. So that's great. So let's talk about, and you shared a great story, and I love the fact that you said the app is now live, and that's great. So it sounds like everything is just continuing to grow. So we did a look ahead with NADA, and we did a look ahead with ATD. Let's kind of do the same up here. Where do you see what's coming up for 2024 and maybe beyond? Are there some things that you can see on the horizon that are like, we're super excited because we've already accomplished this, but this is what we're looking forward to? Let's talk a little bit about what you have planned for the future.
So we plan to expand the Kind Fund to our Idaho dealerships and our Missoula, Montana dealerships. And so we're excited about that because we've already met with the education foundations in those communities and realize there's a tremendous need. And so we'll expand it there. But what we see, and I think all of you will agree, it's like this big ripple of good. You start something and it continues, and it gives you validity in the community because then other partners realize, wow, you did that, so I might be able to do something like that. And so the service element is really contagious. It also validates you with your education partners across the board because they might hear it and think it's too good to be true. What's the catch? If I volunteer to shop for a child or I submit a request, are you going to try to sell me a car? No, it's purely just about helping kids. And the more you can, I think, give yourselves credibility in the community and realize we really just want to help and give back, and we're grateful for the support we get from the community, the more contagious it becomes and the more good that happens. Even if you're not personally a part of the good, it's just a ripple of love and surrounding kids and families that need help. So
it's wonderful.
Powerful.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, number one, we've already identified the truck for this coming year. It's already got tickets coming up for sale or selling, and it'll go till October 12th, National Farmers Day again. So it's already out in the community. One of the things we are trying to do this year is get each FFA and 4-H club more personally involved with helping us raise the money at events. Meaning
Okay.
have some of the kids there, helping us show the truck and say, hey, help us out, buy tickets and all of that. That's a few things. But something else we've started doing, and really this is not so much this year, but we'll continue to push it, is we're challenging other dealers in our area to step up and do things like we're doing.
Yeah.
I do know one dealer's already, they're giving a Mustang away. And the way kids get tickets to that is for every A they get on their report card, they get a ticket.
Wow.
So they bring the report cards into that dealer. But all that stuff is, like you said, that ripple effect in our area. And, if you look at our industry, we probably give back more as a total industry to communities than any other industry in the United States. And it's probably by far more. I don't know the numbers for sure, but I'm just guessing, but I would bet that that's the case. And we just need to continue to challenge each other and step up and try to help the communities. It's a great way to keep, from a greedy standpoint, it helps your reputation as well, but it also gets your customers involved with it. It gets your employees get very proud of what you're doing, which I'm sure both of y'all can attest to. So it's just a good way to get everybody involved.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
So we told Newgate that if we won the contest, that we would bring the $5,000 home, and they were was really, really excited about that, and that would allow that $5,000 was going to allow them to give 3 more cars away to single working moms. And so yesterday when we didn't win, and I'm glad you did, because Richard has already raised the $5,000 to give to Newgate. So
That's great.
yeah, he reached out to some vendors, Santander and AutoFi and Impel, and they said, absolutely, sign us up. We'll give you $1,000. And so we're gonna go home. We're gonna go home with $5,000 for Newgate. So 3 more moms get cars, and then we've talked a lot about. How to expand, bring in more dealers. Christmas, 12 Moms of Christmas in July. We've thought about 12 Dads of Christmas. Lots of things.
All the things. Well, now it sounds like it's going to be 15 Moms of Christmas, right?
Could
With
be.
the 3 more cars.
Well, yeah,
Start adding more days to the calendar.
Yeah.
You got to change the song now.
Oh man.
Now that's all of those are individually wonderful, and I think what you all have highlighted, and you kind of all said it, is that the good is contagious, right?
It's a circle of awesomeness, we call it.
Yes, and I think, but the other thing I want to highlight that I believe you touched on is that it's a separation, right? Because it's not just the focus of, oh, I'm doing this for this, like you mentioned with the teachers being like, oh, am I going to try to sell me? No, there's a separation, right? I think growing up, I heard the phrase where they said that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care, right? And having that separation and giving that identity to say, like, no, this is completely separate. This is because we know that there's this need here. And yes, the need helps with this down the road, but that's not the focus. And I think that's kind of be the message that for anyone out there that's kind of thinking about starting their own, or like you said, getting more involved, is that you can't think like, oh, well, if I do this, it'll help my reputation and that'll lead me to more. No, you just have to think like, hey, I'm going to fill this need. And when you fill that need, you'll be pleasantly surprised about how that need helps and fills. But the other thing I think that you all mentioned is the impact it has on dealer culture. I think throughout this weekend, what we've talked about throughout NADA and talking about what's important more than compliance and more than bottom line is dealership culture. And so to have something in place that everyone in the dealership can get behind and be proud of, I think is definitely, really, really big and really imperative. Let's drill down a little bit and talk about it more on a personal note. How did each of you get involved in what you're doing right now? Like, what was it that led you to say, this is what I want to champion and get behind? How'd you get started?
So I have a background of running private nonprofits and have been involved in the human resource side from manufacturing and that sort of thing. But when I joined the group, it was more on a continuous improvement initiative. And then just opportunities presented themselves. And so my background in the social work aspect and that sort of thing kind of led to our foundation and being the director of that. But, I've always wanted to be a part of something giving back. It didn't strike me that being with an automotive group would give me that opportunity, but it's kind of crazy how it just always works out. And I joke and tease people about, I have the best job. I'm sorry for all of you. You have really good jobs, but I have the very best job in the whole world because I get to give back to kids every single day because I'm surrounded by this community of good. And so it's like I never want to stop doing this. And I think our employees feel that same way, where they realize I get to work hard and be treated well, and then I get to give back. It's just an added bonus. And it really is, like you mentioned, a great recruiting tool and a great retention tool, and it's a huge morale booster. When we were in the throes of COVID and everyone was depressed and struggling and emotional and whatever, we felt like we need to get you out of this funk and get you involved in giving back. When you're sad, give back. You're not going to be able to be sad very long if you volunteer. So we got them involved in touchless pantry, like food pantry parades, where we literally let the community know, put your food on the curb, come out and wave to us, and we'll drive a parade through your community, and we'll give back. And it was crazy to see the morale in our stores increase because they were doing something other than focusing on COVID.
Yes.
And so you get creative, but it's that sort of thing that just keeps me wanting to be a part of this, and I'll work until I'm 100 years old, which is not that far away. But to do this, it's just really powerful. So
It's phenomenal. Awesome.
You know, for me personally, when I first became involved with this organization, they had started this, and it was a little bit smaller level. But when I first went to some of the youth fairs that we support and watched these kids work so hard to make things and make money to go to school with, and the responsibility that it taught them as well. And one other thing I do want to touch on, and I should have started with this. There were 6 of us up here yesterday.
Right.
All 6 of us were winners up here.
Yes, I agree.
So, I mean, everybody here that was up here did a great job. But, you know, and our motto, sorry, I'm jumping all over, but our motto is no kid left behind.
Yeah. And
that's what we do. And we try to also make our customers realize that, you know, because of our customers, we're able to do this stuff. And that's and our employees, but mainly because of our customers. You know, we have the means to be able to do this. So.
That's great.
Well, gosh, how did we get started with it? I think just introducing Richard Herod from White Bear Mitsubishi to Newgate School. At the agency, we were working with both, and it just seemed logical to introduce them together. And when he learned about the fact that they gave away cars to single working moms, like I said, he grew up with a single dad and knew the struggle of, you know, trying to get the kids to and from. And, you know, you listen to these stories about these moms who, you know, are walking their children to school miles and miles, you know, 4 miles to school every day, and walking to work. It takes her 2 hours to walk to work, her 3rd shift job in the dark in Minnesota in the wintertime. And, you know, you give her a vehicle and her life is forever. You know, it's just, it's changed. Her kids have opportunities that they didn't have before, and they can go to sports and they can go to the doctor and, you know, things like that. Go to the grocery store. Can you imagine going to the grocery store without a car for your family?
Right.
And so I think, you know, that's how White Bear Mitsubishi came together with the 12 Moms for Christmas.
It's amazing. And the reason that I ask each of you that question is because we talked about, A, identifying the need within the community, but B, and you all individually answered it, and I think you all gave great answers. B, the next step I think from there is to really understand what personal strength you possess that you can contribute, right? So whether your background is in, you know, the philanthropic efforts, or whether it's just a personal, like, hey, I've gotten inspired by seeing these kids and I'm not going to be outworked by a 9-year-old getting up at 4:30 in the morning, or whether it's just being the connector, right? Sometimes it's just being the connector between the two organizations. Sometimes that's all it takes, is for you to share information with someone else. So no matter what path or role that you take, you can also kind of give back and be that contributing factor and be that transitional character. Well, we've got a little bit, about 3.5 minutes left, and what I love for you all to do is just remind everyone, talk about what community you serve and where they can find more information, whether, you know, they're out there themselves and want to be involved, or maybe they have friends or family in that community. Just kind of take that time to mention again where they can get more information, and again, the communities that you serve.
Super. So I represent Young Subaru, who is in Ogden, Utah. great community for giving back. If you're curious about more of the initiatives that we have going as a group across the board, you can jump on thinkcaring.org, which is the website for our foundation, or you can download the Kind Fund app, which will give you a perspective of what that looks like, and you can use that as a model if you want to start something like that similarly. But I just appreciate the opportunity to talk about this today, and really want to commend NADA for thinking about philanthropy as such a critical component in what we all do every day, because it's going to create, like I say, a big ripple of good. We're going to change lives more than we already have. So thanks for the opportunity.
Absolutely.
Well, anybody out there that wants to kind of see what we're doing with this and see how we do it, number one, they could reach out to me. But if all of you can remember 20bucktruck.com, that's 20bucktruck.com, that will show you all about the efforts that we have. And by the way, you don't have to live there to buy a ticket and win. You can win. We saw the car we delivered, or the truck we delivered last year went to North Alabama.
Wow.
So anybody out here, y'all buy tickets because you could win.
There you go.
We have a little bit about the 12 Moms of Christmas on whitebearmitsubishi.com. And then you can go to newgateschool.org and find out about their Wheels for Women program. They have a page on that. And if anybody's interested in starting something like this in their community, I'm in Minneapolis, Minnesota, but you can call or text or email me. I'm Summer Sellers at Cuneo Advertising, and I would love to help you start it in your community, get you connected with some, with the moms, or help you figure out how to find them, and things like that. Let me know.
Fantastic. Well, again, thank each of you not only for your contributions, but what you're continuing to do. Thanks for the time here today, and for everyone out there, let's give them all a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. My pleasure. Yeah, you can leave them on a chair.
My name is Colin Morikawa.
Billy Horschel.
Alban Valenzuela.
Sahith Thigala.
As Zurich Golf Ambassadors, we put the focus on achieving a better tomorrow,
both on and off the course.
That's why we're proud to work with Zurich, a global insurer aspiring to be
one of the most responsible and impactful businesses in the world. Together with Zurich,
we're always building
towards a brighter future.
I've been working for car dealers for just about 30 years. I love the spirit. I love the entrepreneurship. It's really one of the last true American dreams. I'm Mike Stanton, President and CEO of NADA. As most of you probably know, NADA exists for two primary reasons. Number one, to educate, and number two, to advocate for our dealer members. The key value that NADA provides for dealerships, we've got a lot of dealerships that are members of NADA. Over 90% of dealerships belong to NADA. So with that kind of power in numbers, we can take your voice to Capitol Hill, to Congress, to the administration, and to our manufacturers.
When we advocate on behalf of dealers, we look at potentially all three branches of government. And that actually has played out with the vehicle shopping rule. NADA filed extensive comments explaining why the proposed rule was very problematic for consumers. That resulted in several revisions which will help dealers, but it did not go far enough. NADA is supporting legislation to negate the rule, and NADA also has filed a judicial challenge against the rule.
The Biden administration's EPA has proposed that by model year 2032, 67% of all new vehicle sales be fully battery electric. We think that's too far, too fast. NADA believes that a more balanced approach is not only going to be achievable, but better for the environment. Consumer demand has got to catch up with political aspirations. We take your voice and we meet with the White House. We meet with Congress. We talk to the IRS. We've talked to the EPA. Rest assured, NADA has your back. Together, we can move this industry further. So if you're not engaged, please get engaged. But we're here to help you do just that. We're glad you're here at the NADA show. It's a great opportunity to learn from each other, develop new relationships, and grow. Thank you.
That's absolutely right. It's about learning and growing, getting engaged, and having fun as well. So, who's ready to talk about 2025 NADA show, right? Yeah? We're excited. We had a great time in Vegas. We did it again. And we're going to, as the pilot would say, we're going to start landing the wheels on this plane pretty soon. But before we get there, we want to talk about 2025 and what it has to hold. So, to help me have that conversation, I'd like to welcome up a few guests. First off, I'd like to welcome up Melissa Wolpert, who is the Vice President of Meetings, Conventions, and Expositions with NADA. Joining her is Laura Perota, who is the President of the American Truck Dealers Association. And then Albert Gagos, who is the Director of Internal Affairs at NADA. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Perfect. Please have a seat. Should be a mic on your chair there. Oh, and we also have John Mitchell. I'm sorry about that. It was not on.
He's our show chair.
He is our show chair for 2025. Pleasure to be here. Pleasure to meet you. Sorry you weren't on the sheet. I didn't type it, I promise. All right.
He was a late addition.
Surprise guest. I like it.
Save the best for last.
Oh, I like that. There we go. All right, so let's talk 2025. Are we ready to tell them where we're going to be for 2025? Are we sharing that news?
Absolutely.
Because some people don't know. Does everybody know where we're going to be 2025? She knows. She's looking for it. You know. Okay, you know. Where are we going to be for 2025? Let's hear it. What? That's right. All right. So we're excited about that. Yeah, I was going to say, get out your beads, get ready, pace yourself. That's a big thing for 2025. But let's talk more specifically about the show itself, what things that they can look forward to, what things we're planning, and what things we're excited about as we start preparing for 2025.
Well, we're super excited to be back in New Orleans. We haven't been to New Orleans since 2017, which was our 100-year anniversary for NADA. And so, as you know, in 2021, we actually did not have our show in New Orleans that year due to the pandemic. So it's been a long time. We're super excited to come back to New Orleans. It's a lot of energy. It's a city of hospitality. So we're just going to bring the same energy that we had from this show to that show and just create an amazing experience. Anything you want to add?
Well, I'm just excited about New Orleans. I live close to the area. I'm from Alabama. My family has a history there. My dad, part of New Orleans, helped him get where he was. He spent a lot of time working in New Orleans in the car business. So the new and pre-owned business in New Orleans was a kind of a kickstart for his career to get in the new car business. So that area means a lot to my family. So I'm super excited to be in New Orleans. I mean, anybody can be a chair in Vegas.
Right.
But New Orleans is just special to me. So I'm excited for that.
That's great.
And ATDD will be in New Orleans as well. So excited about it. We're going to be at the Hilton Riverside, I believe. I should have remembered that. And it's going to be wonderful. You know, we had so much energy this year, best attendance in years, and great speakers. And I just can't wait for New Orleans. Plus, I actually just like New Orleans. The food, the fun, the music. It's going to be a good time.
Win-win, absolutely.
So I'm still focused on 2024. So we do an event in the ecosystem in the auto industry. We do an event with the New York Auto Show and JD Power. So it's called the New York Auto Forum. It's a full-day event at the Javits Center in New York in late March the 26th. And our whole goal here is just to bring the industry together. This year in New York, we'll have 3 OEM speakers. Marissa West, who's recently been named the president of North America for General Motors. She'll be there. Jack Hollis from Toyota. He leads the Toyota brand. And then we'll have Demetrius Silikis from Mercedes-Benz. So we have a great lineup. We have a lot of dealers who attend the event, and we have a lot of OEMs that attend events. So I'm looking forward to 2025, but we got some events in 24 that we got to kick off and execute. And our convention department does a great help to us in getting that event.
That's fantastic. So for everybody out there that was wondering what's next and going to bridge that gap between now and New Orleans, make sure you're there March 26th in New York, you said, right? Can't go wrong in New York. I'll be in New York as well, so that'll be fun. So let's talk about, there's a lot that we were able to accomplish this year. We've seen more pitch competitions than we did the year before, last year. We also seen, obviously, some great booth exhibits and awards that were given away. Is there any secrets that we're planning that we want to kind of allude to for 2025? Anything that we're going to do new or different with a little bit of razzle-dazzle that we want to talk about?
Well, there might be a little bit of a block party plan, maybe a little parade, maybe some headline entertainment. I don't know. We're starting to put our heads together, and it's going to be pretty exciting, whatever we plan. So we're going to get right on it. As soon as this is over, John and I are going to start putting our wheels together, and it's going to be good.
Fantastic. I love that.
I'm just excited to work with Melissa and her team. They always surprise you with what they come up with, and she has a fantastic team, and she's a great leader of her team. But just sitting back the last couple of years and watching it, I'm very excited to work with her, and it's going to be a fun ride. I can't wait.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
I love that.
I mean, who had fun at the Sphere? That was amazing.
It's amazing. That was great.
No one will ever know what went into that event.
Right.
They just opened in September.
Yes.
We didn't know how we were getting people in until Monday.
That's great. And I heard that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but NADA was the first corporate event at the Sphere. Is that correct?
It was the first full buyout of their event. So, yes, and we exceeded our numbers there, and it was a fantastic event. I mean, my favorite part was going into the auditorium and just hearing the gasp of the crowd as the movie stretched out and went over the Alps. And then I knew then that this is why I do what I do, and we achieved exactly what we wanted to, and that was the experience for our members.
Absolutely. I think it was unbelievable. Like he's mentioned, when the earth started coming towards you, but I also love the added elements. Like when there was wind, you can feel the wind, or when the elephant walked by, it was like the elephant was actually there. The elephant was in the room, if you can imagine that. Right. It was great because it really just highlighted the innovation, but also really the involvement. And really, I think the biggest thing I took away from the Sphere is that everyone, no matter where you're from, what you came for, where you came, your background, you could get together and have a good time and really share in a new experience. And that's what I think every conference is about. Whether you've been here the first time or 40 times, it's always about that new experience and taking something new away.
And that's exactly what we want to do in New Orleans. I mean, everything is about experiences now with events. So we have to create something new and fresh every time. We can't keep doing the same thing year over year. We have to keep reinventing. So that's what we plan to do for our members, and that's what we'll continue to do as we go forward with New Orleans. So we're really excited about the challenge.
That's great. So other than the Sphere, does anybody else have great memories for this conference? Any personal things that you took away from 24?
So let me just comment on something that happens here, and I don't think a lot of us realize this. You know, we have a lot of international dealers that come to this convention. So we had close to 2,000 international attendees from across the world. Over 30 countries are represented here. There was a large group from Brazil, a large group from Italy, Australia. So those are kind of the big three countries that had a representation here. And look, they take a lot away from not the exhibition floor, but also the workshops. That's really a big part of their reason for coming here. So they're super excited to always come to NADA. And again, I'll thank Melissa and her team for helping out with all these internationals.
Yeah, our attendance for international is the highest it's been and since, I think, before 2020. So we're really excited to have our international attendance back at the show because they're very important to us.
Yes, absolutely.
And I'll jump in with a few thoughts. I just think this year was amazing. You know, Melissa's team, I can't say enough. I had one of her team members, helping me with the ATD show through every step, and it was seamless and so helpful. The time and energy and the details of all these moving parts, it's just like mind-boggling. So thank you. And also, I have so many takeaways. We had a great speaker, Lonnie Main with Red Shoes Living. If you don't know about his mantra, check it out. He did an amazing job, connected with the people. And I have to say, I'm really proud of my chairman, Scott Pearson. He knocked it out of the park with his speech. Volunteer leaders who get up there, put the time aside, and do something like that. I had my members quoting him to me.
Right.
They were that moved.
That's awesome.
So that it was a great show.
Yeah, I think impact, that's big. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just want to continue to shout out Melissa and her team because as car dealers, we're hard to please. We're a pain.
No.
And
no, nobody
we
ever
always
said
wanted
that.
our way, when we want it, how we want it, and they appeal. They do such a good job of appealing to us and keeping us engaged and keeping us involved. And another takeaway I had is I walked the floor talking to the exhibitors, which this is not possible without them.
Yes.
Everybody I asked, how's your show? They said, the traffic's good, we're happy. What about next year? And we even had a couple just a few minutes ago say, can we double our booth next year? We're like, oh yeah, you can double your booth. You can do whatever you want. So that's important to us. That's important to the whole show is they have a good show. They having good engagement with the dealers. they sell things, and they want to come back and continue to support this great event.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it, right? And talking about the floor itself, right? Over 700,000 exhibit space in square footage. But one of the things for those that, because obviously we all can't be everywhere, but I encourage everyone to go through and check out the social media aspect of it and look at the excitement from those that actually utilize our two hashtags. It's the NADA show and Driving the Future. And if you just go search those hashtags on any of the social media platform, you'll see a lot of those vendors and the excitement, the busyness, and kind of like you mentioned, it did look like some of those vendors needed more space because they had such a crowd in their booth that they realized, like, wow, there is a demand and an interest in what we're doing. And I think that's the other big thing. It's about giving people added exposure of like, hey, I can come to somewhere where I have a captivated audience that's interested in what I'm doing, and I have a chance to tell my brand message and continue to do that for 3 to 4 days at a time. So I think that's really big and a really huge piece to what we do. What about as far as we talked about education, right? Because that's a big thing in the program and the seminars. I think the app was a great way to help in identifying those seminars. But as I mentioned, we can't be everywhere at every time. What if for those people that maybe seen something that they missed, are they able to go back and find that, or where can they get the information, or maybe go back and watch something that they missed? Let's talk a little bit about those resources that will still be available after we leave here today.
Absolutely. All of our sessions are recorded, and they're available in the member portal of the website, and they can go back and watch whatever they may have missed from, we had an AI session, a super session on Thursday that was packed and really exciting. So anything that we recorded, you can go and utilize that. And you can also share with the employees in your dealership too. If there's something that you saw that you want your employees to see, you can always pull those resources up as well.
Yeah, that's great. So even though you're leaving here, you don't have to leave the excitement, the education, and the opportunity to connect. So that's very vital and important. Well, we're excited for 2025. Before we get out of here, is there anything that anybody else wants to share, talk about, or highlight before we let everyone go and have fun? I think we covered it.
Everybody should just go rest their feet this afternoon.
That's it. That's it. You know what I love?
Lifestyle, get a massage.
Yes. You know what I love about the NADA, and I think we all can express this? You can always tell whose first time it is based on their footwear. And you can also tell who's been here for quite a while based on their footwear.
No, some of us are just professionals. We wear heels all day long.
See, there you go. There you go. So it depends on if you got the professional level or if you had the amateur level and didn't know better. But if you didn't know better, you know now, right? So, well, listen, everybody. As you can tell, we're super excited. I want all of you to be just as excited. And whether it's joining us in New York in March or whether it's getting prepared for 2025, no matter what it is, make sure that you stay connected with NADA. Throughout the year, there's always great content, whether it be the podcast that Jonathan does or the educational resources that we offer. There's a way for you to stay connected with us throughout the year. It just doesn't have to be the 4 days once a year, all right? So make sure, join us, meet us on social, go to the website, make sure you keep your member portal and log in periodically throughout the year. But other than that, we want to thank you for being here. Thank you for your excitement and energy and engagement. And we look forward to seeing you in 2025 or before, right? Yes. All right, fantastic. Thank all of you for being here, and we'll see you soon. Thank you. All right.
Why does Sam Pack send his team to NADA?
You ever wonder how to take your dealership from what the heck are we doing to wow, we got this?
What are we going to do about this used car shortage?
Can we keep a copy of their driver's license?
Hey boss, this client has a 550 credit score. Is it even worth my time?
All those questions and more will be answered at NADA. The National Automobile Dealer Association Show, where you learn A to Z of the car world. Remember 1917 when cars were considered a luxury?
Nope.
Neither do we. Thanks to NADA, cars became a mass consumer good, saving our granddaddies big bucks.
NADA is more than just a legacy. It's a visionary leader for the automotive industry. With their guidance, dealerships stay ahead of the finance trends and champion fair practices against restrictive regulations.
At NADA, your finance director will learn valuable techniques on safeguarding your customers' information and how to protect your dealership against fraudulent activity.
I also learned about fair lending practices, identity theft, red flags, and OFAC requirements.
NADA teaches us on how to hire, train, and retain quality technicians.
And proper scheduling is crucial to keep those technicians busy and productive. At NADA, we learn about and buy the latest equipment and technology to make it happen.
At NADA, your used car manager will learn the latest techniques on acquiring used car inventory, pricing and advertising to the market so that you can survive any disruptions to the new car supply chain.
Thanks to the NADA training, I can better navigate the used car marketplace.
Become a used car value guru with NADA's invaluable resources. And did we mention the celebs? From Ronald Reagan to George Bush, they've all made pit stops at NADA.
So why go to the NADA show? Because you can turn oh no into pro. With NADA, we've turned 5-star Ford into 6-star Ford.
Sean, that's not a thing.
With NADA, anything is possible.
Don't miss the auto industry event of the year, NADA Show 2024, Driving the Future.
Good morning, everyone. Can you believe it's already day 4? Yep, it's Sunday Fun Day here at the NADA Show 2024 in fabulous Las Vegas. Today's theme is inspiration. We've come a long way, and it's time to wrap things up with style and energy. It's 8:30 a.m. and the expo doors are opening. If there's a deal to strike or a contact to make, today is your last chance. Now, for the main stage today, gear up to meet someone truly exceptional, Hall of Fame quarterback and philanthropist Kurt Warner. I promise his story will captivate you, just like he did the world of sports and much more. At 10:30, your dealer franchise meetings start. And at 12:30, the Super Session, the ultimate tune-up for your fixed operations department, kicks off. As the NADA show comes to a close, I have to say, it's been a true honor to be your chairman. If you see me in the expo halls, don't hesitate to stop me, say hi, and share your thoughts on the show. Thank you so much for being a part of it. Don't forget to mark your calendars for the 2025 NADA show as we go to the great city of New Orleans, January 23rd through 26th. Let's keep the memories flowing. Share your favorite moments, memories, and snaps using the hashtag NADA show. Here's to an unforgettable day 4. Safe travels home, and until next time. Where is the NADA show? We're searching, we're looking.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Fasten your seatbelt, folks, because share your favorite memories, snapshots, and photos. It won't let me do it. And don't forget the NADA live stage. It's the feet.
Viva Las Vegas.
I've been working for car dealers for just about 30 years. I love the spirit. I love the entrepreneurship. It's really one of the last true American dreams. I'm Mike Stanton, President and CEO of NADA. As most of you probably know, NADA exists for 2 primary reasons. Number 1, to educate, and number 2, to advocate for our dealer members. The key value that NADA provides for dealerships, we've got a lot of dealerships that are members of NADA. Over 90% of dealerships belong to NADA. So with that kind of power in numbers, we can take your voice to Capitol Hill, to Congress, to the administration, and to our manufacturers.
When we advocate on behalf of dealers, we look at potentially all 3 branches of government. And that actually has played out with the vehicle shopping rule. NADA filed extensive comments explaining why the proposed rule was very problematic for consumers. That resulted in several revisions which will help dealers, but it did not go far enough. NADA is supporting legislation to negate the rule, and NADA also has filed a judicial challenge against the rule.
The Biden administration's EPA has proposed that by model year 2032, 67% of all new vehicle sales be fully battery electric. We think that's too far, too fast, NADA believes that a more balanced approach is not only going to be achievable, but better for the environment. Consumer demand has got to catch up with political aspirations. We take your voice and we meet with the White House. We meet with Congress. We talk to the IRS. We've talked to the EPA. Rest assured, NADA has your back. Together, we can move this industry further. So if you're not engaged, please get engaged. But we're here to help you do just that. We're glad you're here at the NADA show. It's a great opportunity to learn from each other, develop new relationships, and grow. Thank you.
Why does Sam Pack send his team to NADA?
You ever wonder how to take your dealership from what the heck are we doing to wow, we got this?
What are we going to do about this used car shortage?
Can we keep a copy of their driver's license?
Hey, boss, this client has a 550 credit score. Is it even worth my time?
All of those questions and more will be answered at NADA. The National Automobile Dealer Association show, where you learn A to Z of the car world. Remember 1917 when cars were considered a luxury? Nope. Neither do we. Thanks to NADA, cars became a mass consumer good, saving our granddaddies big bucks.
NADA is more than just a legacy. It's a visionary leader for the automotive industry. With their guidance, dealerships stay ahead of the finance trends and champion fair practices against restrictive regulations.
At NADA, your finance director will learn valuable techniques on safeguarding your customers' information and how to protect your dealership against fraudulent activity.
I also learned about fair lending practices, identity theft, red flags, and OFAC requirements.
NADA teaches us on how to hire, train, and retain quality technicians.
And proper scheduling is crucial to keep those technicians busy and productive. At NADA, we learn about and buy the latest equipment and technology to make it happen.
At NADA, your used car manager will learn the latest techniques on acquiring used car inventory, pricing and advertising to the market so that you can survive any disruptions to the new car supply chain.
Thanks to the NADA training, I can better navigate the used car marketplace.
Become a used car value guru with NADA's invaluable resources. And did we mention the celebs? From Ronald Reagan to George Bush, they've all made pit stops at NADA.
So why go to the NADA show? Because you can turn oh no into pro. With NADA, we've turned 5-star Ford into 6-star Ford.
Sean, that's not a thing.
With NADA, anything is possible.
Don't miss the auto industry event of the year, NADA Show 2024, Driving the Future.
I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. There was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful.
I'm always excited to see all the vendors that I know. I'm always excited to see everybody in the industry.
We really like the expo. We learn a lot every year. It's an opportunity to take classes if you want to talk to experts.
NADA helps providing everything that you need for a dealer under one roof so you can see it all, compare it side by side. It's great.
Every year there's new things. Whatever is new is here.
My name is Jonathan Bigham. I'm one of the technicians in the Toyota service department. Been here for 13 years, right out of high school.
This is my oldest, that's my son.
Starting from the bottom, you say coming from the bottom to the top, you know, you definitely see the progression is rewarding. It's not a job, it's a career that you're in. If we're not having fun, we're not going to enjoy our work, just plain and simple.
Hi, I'm Luria Graham, General Manager here at Hello Mazda. There is a plethora of opportunities for women in automotive. I'm a mother of 3, and when I started 8 years ago, I had little ones, and you really have a lot of flexibility at the dealership. As a woman in automotive, it's been an excellent experience.
We are driving the future with education at the NADA show, where automotive industry leaders gather to learn, grow, and thrive. With over 100 educational and networking sessions, this is your one-stop destination for all things automotive. We'll have 2 incredible super sessions. One will open the show on Thursday afternoon, and the second will round out your educational journey on Sunday. New for 2024 is the Spotlight Series, where you'll hear from dynamic keynote speakers and panels discussing the latest hot topics and strategies that will drive your dealership's success. But it's not all about business. It's about building connections too. You can grow your network during exchange sessions and in the new networking communities. These peer-to-peer discussions are your key to brainstorming and problem-solving your biggest pain points in the dealership. Check out our TED Talk-style educational sessions at the Dealer Learning Lab on the expo floor and speak with experts in the EV Solutions Center to get all your top questions answered. Register now to be a part of the automotive industry's premier education event. Visit nadashow.org today.
Jenna, take one. We are Women Driving Auto Retail.
Women Driving Auto Retail.
For women driving
Auto Retail is an outstanding opportunity for women around the country to really showcase and highlight their own contributions to the automotive industry. It's a great learning tool, educational tool, and really an opportunity to just put women at the forefront of this industry.
I want to encourage women, whether you have a college degree or haven't graduated high school, the automotive industry has opportunities for everybody. This is a great career where you can have an amazing lifestyle, financial benefit, and you can grow your career and feel that you're coming to work and you're bringing value every single day. Because we are
Women Driving Auto Retail.
There is a plethora of opportunities for women in automotive.
We have so many areas of opportunity that you can really find what works best for you.
And if you want to continue growing, there is no ceiling for you.